Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep. So, before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you are from. Also, what time is it? You ever hear a scream that doesn't sound human, but you know deep down it used to be? That's how it started. When Marcus Chen's voice cut off during our Zoom call. Just cut off, mid-sentence. It wasn't the silence that scared me. It was the few seconds of static that followed. The kind of sound that doesn't belong in this world. Wet, choppy. Something, trying to speak but not allowed to. He was sitting in room 209 of the Red Hollow Motel when it happened. A crummy roadside place, half an hour outside Bakersfield. That room. By now, it's infamous in our group chat. But back then, it was just a cheap stop on Marcus's trip upstate. He'd booked 2 nights. He only stayed for 1. Correction, he disappeared after 1. And it wasn't just the call that was strange. The cops, the motel staff, even the town. Everything around that motel is just off. But let me back up. You need the full picture. We were 5 friends, me, Marcus, Aaron, Taylor, and Jonah. All of us journalism majors once, now grown into various scattered lives. Aaron's a podcaster. Taylor does freelance investigations. Jonah writes cold case pieces for a crime site. Me, I teach, mostly. But we all kept that itch for mystery on, and for Marcus, that itch got too sharp. He called me 3 days before he left. Dude, I think I found something weird, he'd said. Like, seriously weird. Urban legend level, but with actual records to back it up. Room 209, Red Hollow Motel. I laughed. What? Like some haunted motel room? He didn't laugh back. Not haunted, just wrong. And I want to see it for myself. Then he sent us a PDF. It was titled Incident Log, Room 209. That file changed everything. It had no author, no signature. Just raw notes. Police calls. Complaints. Guest reviews that were quietly taken down. Even an insurance claim from 1997 that mentioned unexplained stains on the walls and non-human noises reported by adjacent guests. But the part that really got to me, there were 10 different reports, all 10, of guests either checking out early without refund or just vanishing. No forwarding address, no phone records. Vanished. Marcus thought it was a gold mine. Think about it, he'd said. If even half of this is true, it's worth looking into. We told him to be careful. He promised he'd record everything. Photos, sound logs, journal entries. He checked in at 2:33 p.m. on a Friday. He vanished before noon the next day. But let's go back to the last time we saw him. It was 11:18 p.m. We were all on Zoom. Aaron had just finished joking about the peeling wallpaper behind him, and he was showing us the minibar, an ancient, rusty fridge with no power, and an awful smell when he opened it. Okay, so either someone left a burrito in here back in 1982, or there's a small dead animal curled up behind the ice tray. He said, laughing. I'm not checking which. Then Jonah asked the question that still rings in my ears. Hey Marcus, what's that behind you? We all squinted at the screen. There was something, a shadow near the window. He turned, the webcam catching his movement in jagged skips. Nothing was there, just cheap curtains and a wall-mounted AC unit. But that's when things went wrong. The lights flickered, his face froze mid-turn, and then static, not normal static. It sounded wet, like something alive breathing through an old radio. Then, a whisper, low, fast. I rewound the screen, recording 100 times later. Slowed it, played it backward. There's a voice. One word. Whispered like it hated being heard. Stay. Then the video resumed. For half a second, just long enough for us to see Marcus, eyes wide, mouth open, mid-sentence. And then, gone. The feed cut to black. We called him. No answer. Texted. Nothing. By morning, we'd called the motel. The manager, a tired-sounding woman named Rosa, told us room 209 was empty. He checked out last night, she said. Took his stuff and left. That was a lie. Because Marcus's car was still in the lot. His bag, his laptop, his wallet, all still in the room. The only thing missing, Marcus. The cops came. They shrugged it off as a runaway case. Maybe he just left on foot, they told us. But they didn't check the window. They didn't notice the tiny smear of blood near the AC unit, or the scratch marks, tiny ones, on the inside of the closet door. Jonah flew down the next day. He booked room 210, the one next door. That night, he called us, whispering into his phone from the bathroom floor. Guys, I heard someone say my name, through the wall, and I swear to God, it was Marcus. We told him to get out, he did. He hasn't talked about it since. But I did something worse. I went to the motel myself. I walked into room 209 with a GoPro strapped to my chest and a friend waiting in the car outside. The room looked normal, grimy but normal. A weird smell lingered, like metal and rot, and the wallpaper on the east wall had peeled to show old scribbles underneath, childlike, circles and lines. In the closet, I found something taped behind the coat hook, a torn journal page. Marcus's handwriting. It read, "Something is in the walls." I heard it breathing. I saw something crawl out of the vent and vanish when I turned on the light. It didn't want to be seen. I don't know what it is, but it watches. It waits. And it hates being spoken about. If I stop talking, that's when it takes you. That's when the note ends there. Just like his sentence on the call. Just like his disappearance. Later, we found something worse. Aaron went through the guest reviews of Red Hollow Motel on an archived site. In 2013, someone named Paul N. left a review. Just 3 words, "Don't stop speaking." Then Aaron pulled his name up, Paul Nguyen, age 33. Reported missing after staying at Red Hollow, room 209. I've gone through police records. I've traced every incident connected to that room back to the 1960s. The stories change, but the patterns don't. People vanish mid-sentence, static noises, lights flickering, closet doors swinging open by themselves, and always, room 209, there's more. So much more. The manager quit 2 weeks after Marcus vanished. She never gave a reason, just walked out. But before she left, she made one last entry in the motel's maintenance log. Written in red ink, "No more guests in 209. I've heard them talking from behind the walls. They know my name now." That room isn't on the motel's website anymore. The door has been painted over. But we know it's there. And I swear to you, if you listen closely enough to that final call, if you slow the audio just right, you can still hear Marcus, breathing, behind the static. The morning after Marcus disappeared, none of us slept. Not really. Sleep isn't something you just do when your friend vanishes on a video call in real time. Especially not when the last thing you hear is a voice that sounds like it came from a throat made of wet burlap and broken glass. Jonah had already fled the motel by then. Drove halfway to Sacramento without stopping. He left the lights on in room 210, door cracked open, TV still buzzing with static. He didn't even take his toothbrush. "I'm done," he said over the phone. "We're not meant to mess with this. Something's wrong with that place. It's not just a room. It knows when you're watching it." But Aaron didn't back off. Neither did Taylor. And me, I was the idiot who went back. We started looking for others. People who had stayed in room 209 or mentioned it online even once. Most names led nowhere. Deleted posts, broken links, obituaries. One guy was listed as a missing person in 2004, after leaving a handwritten blog post that simply said, "It's waiting in the gaps between words." Creepy, sure, but maybe coincidence. Then Taylor found something. An archived call recording, hidden deep in an old paranormal subreddit. The original post was gone, but the audio file was preserved by another user. It was labeled 209, final call 3:12 a.m. We clicked play, and what we heard still haunts me. It was a man whispering, frantic, pacing. We could hear his footsteps. The creak of the motel floor, the distant hum of a broken vending machine. He was saying things like, "I made a mistake. I thought if I talked the whole time it wouldn't get me. But I stopped to write. That's all it needed. I stopped speaking. More pacing. Breathing. The crack of a closet door opening. Then the man froze. Dead silence for 5 seconds. Followed by a new voice. Not his. This one sounded wrong. Like someone pretending to be human. Like vocal cords made of insects grinding against each other, trying to mimic speech. It said, "You listened. That was your mistake." Then a crash, a thud, a wet dragging sound. And the file ended. We tried to trace the audio's origin. The poster had long since deleted their account, but the motel check in logs from 2009, scanned and uploaded in a lawsuit, listed a Gregory T. Ward staying in room 209 the night the call was posted. Gregory's still missing. That made 3 people, Marcus, Gregory, and Paul N., all vanished, all linked to room 209. 3 names that shouldn't be connected, but were. Then Erin made a breakthrough. She ran the audio from Marcus's last Zoom call through a spectrogram filter. Basically, a way to see sound frequencies. She was hoping for a pattern in the static, maybe something repeatable. What we found was worse. In the waveform, embedded in the higher frequencies of the static, were words. Not spoken aloud, just imprinted in the noise. Like it was trying to whisper beneath our hearing. Erin enhanced the image. Layer by layer, it revealed a sentence. "You cannot name what has no mouth." She screamed. I dropped my coffee. Jonah hung up and didn't return our calls for 3 days. That night, I had a dream. In it, I was back in room 209. The lights were flickering again, and I was staring at the closet. I could feel something inside it. Not breathing, but waiting. Listening. In the dream, I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. Just static. The next day, Erin called. She'd found something in the metadata of the PDF Marcus had sent us. The one titled Incident Log Room 209. At first glance, it looked blank. But tucked into the document properties, under Author, was a name E. Hawthorne, and next to it, in the description field, just 4 words. It speaks when alone. So who is E. Hawthorne? We searched everywhere. No obvious hits, but Taylor found an obituary in a local newspaper from 1981, back when the Red Hollow Motel was still called the Sundown Lodge. The obit was for an Eleanor Hawthorne, aged 39, motel housekeeper, cause of death unknown, found locked in room 209, no signs of trauma, mouth wide open, eyes missing. Coroner listed it as inconclusive. Her husband, a man named Richard Hawthorne, reportedly went mad weeks later and disappeared into the Mojave. Never found. Her obituary ended with a quote from her sister. She always said that room had a voice, and that it didn't like to be ignored. That was it. Proof, if you can call it that this thing had been there for decades. Maybe longer. We don't know if Eleanor tried to warn people. Maybe the PDF Marcus found was pieced together from old records she collected before she died. Maybe she was the first, or just another name on a growing list. But the most disturbing part, Taylor was checking one of Marcus's old email accounts. He'd given us access in case anything happened. One draft email caught her eye. It had no subject, no recipient, just one line in the body. If I vanish, do not say my name aloud. And that's where this gets even worse. Because Erin had said his name, Marcus, during her podcast last week. Just once. She was talking about his disappearance, trying to get traction, trying to find answers. 2 days later, she called us from inside her closet, whispering, panicking, crying. "I keep hearing footsteps in my apartment," she said, "but nothing's there, and I think something's crawling in the walls." Then she screamed. The line went dead. She hasn't been seen since. And I swear to you, I'm not next. I've been talking the whole time, writing this, recording every thought, because I'm scared that if I pause, even for a moment, it'll crawl out of the static. The day after Erin disappeared, Taylor showed up at my place, pale and shaking, a duffel bag slung over one shoulder and a USB drive clenched in her hand like it was a lifeline. She didn't say hello. She just said, I recorded something last night. I need you to listen. I didn't want to. God, I really didn't. But I did. She plugged the drive into my laptop, opened a folder labeled 3:43 a.m. Living Room Unedited. Inside was a single audio file. It started off quiet. Taylor breathing. A creak of wood, maybe the couch shifting under her. Somewhere in the distance, the soft tick of a wall clock. Then, a sound. Barely audible. Like a whisper curling around the edge of hearing. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. 3 times. Each repetition closer, like it was moving toward her. Taylor was sobbing by this point in the recording. You could hear her murmuring to herself, trying to talk over it, repeating names, stories, TV quotes, anything to keep noise in the air. Then, suddenly, she stopped speaking. Maybe out of exhaustion, maybe out of fear. And that's when it spoke. Not in English, not even in words. Just syllables that didn't belong in any human throat. Wet, hollow, discordant things that scraped against your skull like claws against glass. My laptop glitched. The screen flickered, static for a split second, and then the desktop returned like nothing had happened. That wasn't the file. That was real. I yanked the USB out and threw it across the room. Taylor was crying. Did it happen last night? I asked. She nodded. I was sleeping. I woke up to the closet door wide open. It was closed when I went to bed. And there were, her voice cracked, fingerprints on the inside of the door. But not mine. Too long. Too many. We called Jonah again. He didn't pick up. Not at first, but a few hours later, he texted a single line. It's not just the room anymore. That was when I knew. We weren't dealing with a haunted motel room. We were dealing with a pattern. A thing that started there, yes, but now traveled through words, recordings, thoughts. The idea of it spread it further, like a virus, a sound-borne infection. Taylor found something else that night. She was digging through old motel employee records when she came across a scanned maintenance log from 1977. Room 209 had been closed for repairs after a structural collapse. A pipe had burst and workers were sent in to investigate. 3 days later, the job foreman filed an incident report. Only part of it was readable. The ink had bled, smeared. But one sentence stood out. We broke through the wall behind the closet. There's a space back there. A room that's not on the floor plan. Then it cuts off. No follow-up. No repairs logged. Just a blacked-out line that looked deliberately redacted. A room behind a room. Something sealed in. Maybe by accident, maybe on purpose. And when the wall broke, something woke up. Here's where it gets worse. That closet in room 209, the one everyone reports, it lines up perfectly with where the hidden room would be. And now, that thing is bleeding out. Through the walls. Through recordings. Through the gaps between words. Taylor and I made a pact, no more speaking its name. No more saying, Marcus, out loud. No more describing the voice. No more repeating its phrases. We thought we were being careful, until Taylor forgot. She was on a live stream testing audio software. Just 5 viewers, casual, chill. She mentioned our project, talked about room 209, laughed nervously and said, "At least I'm not crazy like Marcus was." I froze when I heard it. The next morning, her apartment door was wide open. Everything was still inside. Phone, keys, even her wallet. But no Taylor. What was inside was her laptop still recording. Audio only. Another folder. This one was labeled 4:04 a.m. last. I haven't opened it. I won't. Because I know what I'll hear. And I don't think I can come back from it. Instead, I've started hearing things myself. At first it was just at night. That faint buzzing sound in my left ear. A whisper under the hum of the fridge. A syllable I can't place, repeating in my dreams. But now it's everywhere. TV static rearranging into patterns. Rainfall that sounds like breath. I paused a YouTube video and heard it breathing through the buffer screen. It's coming. Not for attention. Not even for worship. It comes when we're alone, when we fall silent. When the noise stops. That's why I'm writing this now. Fast, messy, in a frenzy of words. To keep the noise going, keep the rhythm alive, fill the void with something it can't crawl into. Because if I stop, even for a second, I'll hear it. And when I do, it's over. You ever stare at a clock and feel something shift? Not see it move, but feel like the second hand skipped forward too fast or too slow. That happened to me last night. Only the second hand didn't move at all. It was 3:04 a.m. I remember that number like it's burned behind my eyelids. I was lying in bed, wide awake, not even tired. My room was completely silent. No wind, no cars, nothing. I was about to check my phone when I glanced at the old analog clock across from my bed. The red second hand was on the 12. It didn't tick. I waited and waited, still. I counted to 23 in my head before I finally blinked. When I looked back, the hand had moved, not to the next second, but to 6, half a rotation. Gone. As if half a minute had passed without me, I got up and tried to shake it off. Maybe I'd fallen asleep for just a moment without realizing. Micro nap, stress, anxiety, normal stuff, right? That's when the phone rang. A landline. I haven't owned a landline in 6 years, but I heard it clear as day. That old rotary ringtone echoing from somewhere inside the apartment. I followed the sound, confused, heart racing. The noise was coming from the hallway closet. I opened it slowly. No phone, just the dark. And then, something moved in the back of the closet. A sound like fabric brushing against drywall. A breath, maybe, and a voice. So close. It should have been behind me. You blinked. That's all it takes. I slammed the door and ran. Every instinct in my body screamed that if I turned around, something would be waiting. Something that knew I was listening. I didn't sleep. I just kept the lights on and the TV blaring all night long. Around 6 a.m., I checked my email. There was one new message. No sender, no subject, just a single attachment. TA Lad Final, MP3. I shouldn't have opened it. I know that. But part of me needed to know. Needed to be sure she was really gone. I played it. The first 30 seconds were silent. Then breathing. Wet, ragged, shaky. Then Taylor's voice. Cracked. It's scared. Eat knows we talk about it. It's not sound, not really. It's what hides in sound. The blank spaces. The in-betweens. Every time we stop talking, it gets closer. And it doesn't just take people. It takes pieces. The audio cut. Just for a second, and when it resumed, she sounded different. Like her mouth was full of static. Like she wasn't sure who she was anymore. I can't remember my father's face. I can't remember what chocolate tastes like. I don't know my name anymore. It took those things. Then came the last line. Spoken calmly, softly, almost like a lullaby. If you hear it, don't respond. If you see it, don't blink. If you think of it, it's already thinking of you. The file ended. But the breathing continued from my speakers. I yanked the headphones off, but the sound was still there, coming from inside the room. I haven't heard it since. But I know it'll be back. And here's the part that really messed me up. I went to check my bookshelf this morning. My copy of The Bell Jar was gone. I know I owned it. I remember buying it, remember reading it in college, underlining passages. Gone. And next to the gap in the shelf, a small piece of paper folded twice, tucked between books. It read, "You forgot this. We'll take something else next time." It's not about fear anymore. It's about erosion, of memory, of self, of time. Something is scraping us away, bit by bit, hiding in the silences, in the pauses, in the vanished mid-sentence. And the worst part, we let it in. Ready for part 5 when you are. This story is just starting to show its teeth. I thought I knew my apartment. 4 rooms. Kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, living area. That's it. It's not a mansion. It's not a maze. It's a box. A basic, boring box. But last night there was a 5th room. I swear to you, it wasn't there before. It couldn't have been. I'd have noticed a door in the hallway, wouldn't I? It was right across from the bathroom. Just a door, no handle, no hinges, smooth, white, seamless. Like someone had painted a door onto the wall. Except it was real. I stood in front of it for what felt like forever. I didn't touch it, just stared. There was a faint sound coming from the other side. Not voices, not music, a radio tuning, static cycling endlessly, like someone twisting the dial of a world that doesn't exist. I blinked. The door was gone. I don't remember walking away. I just remember standing in my bedroom again, heart in my throat, like I'd just escaped something I hadn't even realized I was inside. Later that night, I checked my hallway again. No door, but there was a note taped to the wall, handwritten. Messy shaking. You walked through it. Don't you remember? You're not supposed to come back. There are new gaps in my memory now. I woke up with a blister on my palm. No idea how I got it. My phone's call log shows a 13-minute call at 2:53 a.m. No number listed. My kitchen knife is missing. Worse. I looked at my reflection this morning, and I swear my eyes were the wrong color. Just for a second. Just long enough to make me doubt everything I know about myself. Taylor warned me, didn't she? It takes pieces. I think it's done taking small ones. I think it's ready to take me. And maybe it already did. One more thing before I stop writing for tonight. Something I haven't told anyone. Something I didn't even write in my journal until now. I got an email this morning. Again, no sender, with a subject line that made my blood freeze. Your turn to vanish. The message body was blank, but there was an attachment. A screenshot of my hallway from inside the 5th room, and the file name, Open Mead Soon, JG. I haven't opened it yet. Not because I'm scared of what's inside of you, but because a part of me is terrified it'll show me something I recognize. Something I've already seen. Maybe even something I've already done. And I'll have no memory of it. The storm had passed, but the silence it left behind was more unsettling than the thunder's roar. The town of Eldridge, once bustling with life, now stood eerily quiet. The streets were deserted, and the usual hum of daily activities was replaced by an oppressive stillness. Detective Amelia Hart stood at the edge of the town square, her eyes scanning the surroundings. The events of the past week had taken a toll on everyone, but Amelia couldn't shake the feeling that something was fundamentally wrong. People had been disappearing, leaving behind no trace. No clues, just an empty void where they once were. The most recent case was that of Jonathan Reed, a local librarian known for his meticulous nature. He had been in the middle of a conversation with a patron when he suddenly stopped speaking and vanished. The patron, a young woman named Clara, was left in shock, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Amelia had interviewed Clara multiple times, trying to piece together the events leading up to Jonathan's disappearance. Clara's account remained consistent. One moment, Jonathan was discussing a rare manuscript, and the next, he was gone. No flash of light, no sound, just an abrupt end to his presence. Determined to find answers, Amelia delved into the town's history, searching for any patterns or similar occurrences. She discovered that Eldridge had a long-standing legend about the Hollow, a supposed alternate dimension that mirrored the town, but was devoid of life. According to folklore, certain individuals could inadvertently slip into the Hollow, never to return. Skeptical but desperate, Amelia sought out the town's oldest resident, Margaret Whitmore, hoping to gain more insight into the legend. Margaret, a spry woman in her 90s, welcomed Amelia into her home, her eyes gleaming with a mix of wisdom and sorrow. The Hollow isn't just a story, Margaret began, her voice steady. It's a place that exists parallel to our own, a shadow realm that occasionally overlaps with our reality. Those who are sensitive or in the wrong place at the wrong time can find themselves trapped there. Amelia listened intently as Margaret recounted tales of people vanishing throughout the town's history, always under mysterious circumstances. She spoke of her own brother, Thomas, who had disappeared during a game of hide and seek when they were children. Despite extensive searches, he was never found. I believe the veil between our world and the hollow is thinning. Margaret warned. The recent disappearances are a sign that something is stirring. Armed with this new perspective, Amelia began to notice subtle anomalies around town reflections that didn't match their sources, echoes that lingered too long, and fleeting glimpses of figures that vanished upon closer inspection. She documented each occurrence, trying to find a pattern or a way to predict the next incident. One evening, while reviewing her notes at the police station, Amelia received a call from Clara. The young woman sounded frantic, claiming that she had seen Jonathan in a mirror at the library. He appeared to be calling out to her, but no sound came through. Amelia rushed to the library, finding Clara pale and trembling. Together, they examined the mirror, but it reflected only their own images. Clara insisted she wasn't hallucinating, and Amelia believed her. Determined to test the theory, Amelia set up surveillance equipment around the library, focusing on the mirror and other reflective surfaces. Over the next few days, the footage revealed fleeting images of Jonathan and other missing individuals, their faces etched with desperation. Realizing that the hollow could be accessed through mirrors, Amelia devised a plan to enter the realm and rescue the lost townspeople. With Margaret's guidance, she prepared a ritual involving specific incantations and symbols designed to open a portal. On the night of the full moon, Amelia stood before the library's mirror, reciting the incantation. The surface shimmered, and a cold wind filled the room. Taking a deep breath, she stepped through the mirror, entering the hollow. The alternate version of Eldridge was eerily silent, its colors muted and its streets empty. Amelia navigated the town, calling out to the missing individuals. Gradually, they emerged from the shadows, drawn to her voice. Leading the group back to the portal, Amelia urged them to step through the mirror. One by one, they returned to the real world, their expressions a mix of relief and confusion. As Amelia prepared to follow, a shadowy figure emerged, attempting to block her path. Summoning her courage, Amelia confronted the entity, demanding it release its hold on the town. The figure hesitated, then slowly receded into the darkness. Amelia stepped through the mirror, collapsing on the library floor. In the aftermath, the town began to heal. The returned individuals shared their experiences, and the legend of the hollow was no longer dismissed as mere folklore. Amelia continued her work, ever vigilant, knowing that the veil between worlds could thin again. But for now, Eldridge was safe, its echoes no longer hollow. The hollow didn't release its secrets easily. Though Amelia had returned with many of the vanished townspeople, something still lingered just beneath the surface of Eldridge. A thin film of dread coated the town, a feeling that not everything had returned from the other side, and maybe, just maybe, something had come through with them. Amelia sat in her office, the blinds drawn against the late afternoon sun, watching dust swirl in the air. She should have felt victorious, triumphant even. She had done the impossible, traversed to another realm, retrieved people thought to be lost forever, and come back in one piece. But instead of peace, she felt watched. She replayed the security footage again. The mirror in the library shimmered as she stepped through, then returned to normal. Seconds passed. Then, just as the ripple settled, there was a blink, a brief, almost imperceptible shift, a shadow standing just outside the mirror's edge. A humanoid shape, indistinct but undeniably there, and then nothing. She paused the footage, her heart skipping. It hadn't come through when she returned. That much was clear. But it had tried. The knock on her office door startled her. It was Deputy Miller, his face pale and drawn. "Chief, something's not right at the old Graymore estate." Amelia blinked. Graymore's been abandoned for years. I know. But one of the kids who disappeared, Emma Reeve, she says she was taken there before she vanished. Says she saw something in the walls. Amelia grabbed her coat and badge. Let's go. The Graymore estate stood at the edge of Eldridge, like a rotten tooth in an otherwise well-kept smile. Built in the 1800s by a reclusive industrialist, the mansion had long been a source of local legends. It had weathered storms, decay, and rumors of murder, and now its skeletal frame loomed against the gray sky. The house groaned as they pushed open the front doors. Inside, the air was stale, the smell of mildew and old wood nearly choking. Wallpaper peed in long strips from the walls, and the floor creaked with every cautious step. Emma said she remembered a red room. Miller said, scanning the faded halls. But there are no red rooms on the floor plans. They began to explore, room by room, each one more decrepit than the last. Dust coated every surface like ash. Furniture stood frozen, as if the inhabitants had simply vanished mid-sentence, mid-life. A half-written letter still sat on a side table in the parlor, ink smudged from dampness. It was upstairs, in the far west wing, that Amelia noticed something odd. A hallway that shouldn't have existed. She knew the layout. She had studied the blueprints herself in the archives years ago. There were only 4 rooms in the west wing. But here was a 5th door, narrow and crooked, its frame slightly shorter than the rest, as if it had been wedged into place. Miller reached for the knob. Amelia caught his arm. Wait, she listened, on the other side of the door whispering, soft, indistinct, like the rustling of dry leaves in the wind. But it wasn't wind. The house was too sealed, too stagnant. This sound was alive. Amelia slowly turned the knob. The door opened into a room bathed in crimson. Every surface, the walls, the floor, the ceiling, was painted deep red. The windows were bricked up, and the only illumination came from a chandelier of warped iron and flickering bulbs that hummed like trapped wasps. At the center of the room was a chair, and in the chair, a man. No, a shape of a man, slumped, motionless, dressed in rotting 19th century formal wear. His head lolled forward, and his skin, if it was skin, was mottled gray. Miller took a step back. What the hell is this place? The whispering grew louder. It seemed to come from inside the walls now. Amelia stepped forward toward the figure. The head lifted. No eyes. Just empty sockets, and a wide, stretching grin that looked too large for a human face. You don't belong here, it said, though the lips never moved. You brought them back. But the balance must be restored. A gust of freezing air hit Amelia's back as the room seemed to shrink inward, as if breathing. The walls pulsed. She stumbled backward, but the door had vanished. Balance. The figure repeated, rising slowly. One in, one out. When Amelia and Miller woke, they were lying on the lawn outside the Graymore estate. The sky had darkened with storm clouds, and the wind howled through the trees. The house was gone, not collapsed, not burned, just gone. In its place was a circle of scorched earth. Miller stood shakily. Did that happen? Amelia didn't answer. She looked at her arm. A mark, a small, black symbol like an eye, had appeared just above her wrist. That night, she sat alone at her kitchen table, poring over her notes. She could feel the mark on her skin, pulsing faintly. Something had come back with her. Not in the mirror, not in the estate, inside her. She picked up her recorder. Field notes, April 16th. The hollow is more than a place. It's a force. It seeks balance. And I fear I've tilted the scales too far. There was a sound from her hallway. Slow, deliberate footsteps. She reached for her sidearm and stood. Who's there? She called out. No answer. The footsteps stopped. She turned the corner and stared directly into a mirror that hadn't been there before. In it, she saw herself, but not quite. Her reflection smiled and did not stop when she did. The reflection lifted a finger and placed it against its lips. Shah. The mirror shattered, and Amelia was gone. The last thing Marla remembered before blacking out was the coldness. Not the kind of cold you feel when a window is left open in winter. This cold was different, like it crawled inside her bones and scratched at the marrow. And then, silence. When she woke up, her wrists were raw from the zip ties. Her jaw hurt, possibly from being clenched or from someone having struck her. Light filtered through a thin, high window, coloring the room in a dim gray. She was alone, again. The faint sound of dripping echoed from somewhere beyond the concrete walls. The air smelled like mildew and old blood. Her mind reeled. Where was she? Was this the same facility? What day was it? But then she heard it, a whisper. Faint, distant, like it came from the other side of a thick wall. It wasn't just any whisper. It was speaking her name. Marla. She shot upright. The sound faded. Her breathing was shallow. Her heart pounded against her ribs like it was trying to escape. She wasn't sure if the voice had come from inside the room or inside her head. She stood on wobbly legs, stumbling toward the nearest wall. Nothing but cinder block. She pressed her ear against it. Silence. And then, behind you, she spun. But there was a mirror, cracked, old, bolted to the wall like it belonged in a prison bathroom. The edges were rusted. She didn't remember seeing it before. She approached it slowly. The reflection showed the room. Plain, barren, concrete floor, high window. But her reflection looked wrong. Her head moved a second too late. Her lips didn't quite match her breath. And worst of all, the eyes in the reflection weren't hers. Not anymore. They were too dark, too empty. Marla? The whisper again. This time from the mirror, she took a step back. Her reflection didn't. And then it smiled. It wasn't just any smile, it was his. That same sideways grin from the man in the surveillance video. The same man who shouldn't have existed. The one who'd vanished mid-sentence on a live feed. She backed away slowly, trying not to lose her footing. Where is Jake? She whispered to no one, knowing full well the only reply might come from something not quite alive. The reflection blinked. But she hadn't. Then it spoke, not with her voice, not with her mouth, but directly into her skull. Closer than you think. She turned and ran to the door. It was open. It shouldn't have been open. The hallway outside was empty, quiet. Too quiet. Fluorescent lights flickered overhead. Every few steps she heard a faint buzz, like an old television set on static. She remembered Jake saying something in the footage before he vanished. Something about frequencies. Voices in static. And then his face had changed. Twisted. Pulled into something other. She picked a direction and started moving, trying to avoid thinking about what she'd just seen. Her own reflection becoming him. That wasn't possible. Was it? And then the whispers came back. This time they weren't calling her name, they were arguing. No, not her yet. She saw it. She heard it. She has to stay. Each voice sounded like it belonged to someone she'd known. Jake, her sister, a professor from college. But the tones were wrong. Almost like something was trying to copy those voices, but didn't understand how emotions worked. A soft screech echoed down the corridor. Metal on metal. Marla found herself in front of a heavy door marked Observation Bay 6. There was blood on the handle. She opened it. Inside was a mess of shattered equipment, overturned chairs, and one flickering monitor still clinging to life. The screen glitched and rolled with static, but behind the lines of interference, she could just make out a face. Jake. Only his face was off. It was too long. His eyes sunken wide, as if something had hollowed them out. His mouth moved, but there was no sound. Then came the buzz. Loud, cutting, vibrating through her jawbone. She stepped closer, staring at the screen. Jake's mouth moved again. This time, the sound worked. But it wasn't his voice. It was hers. Marla, I made it through. Her stomach dropped. What do you mean? He smiled, just barely. There's something between the signals. It listens. It learns. It needs more. She gripped the table to steady herself. Jake, where are you? Are you still alive? His face contorted as if trying to resist something. His eyes darted to the side. Then his mouth opened, too wide, and something crawled out, black static, thick, like smoke, but buzzing, crawling, moving like a swarm of tiny insects. It reached the edge of the screen, then spilled out. Marla screamed and stumbled back, falling over a broken chair. The static cloud moved toward her, tendrils stretching forward. She kicked the monitor. It shattered. The buzzing stopped. The smoke vanished. For now, her hands were trembling. Her face was wet with sweat, maybe tears. Her ears still rang. But Jake had spoken. Or whatever was Jake. It wasn't just hallucinations. She had to find the control room. Maybe trace the last signal. Maybe figure out what was happening before it happened to her. She ran. Down hallway after hallway. Doors marked with numbers and cryptic labels. Most locked. Some had dark stains on the floor beneath them. Then she found it. Control room Zoo 1. The door was slightly ajar. She pushed it open. Inside, monitors lined the walls. Some dead, some blinking. One showed the room she'd just left. The broken monitor still smoking. The image was lagging, but she could see herself, just seconds ago, leaving the room. Another monitor showed a feed labeled Test Subject 9. A man strapped to a chair, screaming into the void. His mouth moved, but no sound came. Then his body jerked, hard, and he slumped. Gone. There was a desk with folders, old ones, handwritten notes. She flipped one open. Project Relay date unknown, status compromised. Initial contact through sonic thresholds achieved. Subject exhibited severe psychological degradation within minutes of exposure. Entities respond best to emotion-driven frequencies, particularly fear. Mirror anomalies consistent. Subject 3 disappeared mid-sentence. Timestamp ZO4-1732. Transmission logged. Marla felt the chill again. Another note, scribbled in the margin, do not let them speak. Do not look into reflections after exposure. Audio echoes back, but it's not them. It never was. She stepped away, heart thudding. Was that what happened to Jake? To Subject 3? To her? Suddenly, all the screens blinked. One by one, they turned to static, and then, the room lit up in red. Low keto blue and RITAT a hiss came from behind the wall. Then, slow footsteps, measured. Wet. The hallway outside darkened. Lights flickered out one by one. Something was coming. Something that shouldn't be able to move. But did. She reached for her pocket. Still had the keycard Jake gave her. The one labeled R5. No idea what it opened. She bolted from the room, running toward a red door marked Research Level 5. The keycard beeped. Green. The door opened just as something behind her growled. Low, not quite animal. Not quite human. She slammed the door shut. Darkness. Then emergency lights flickered on. The corridor was different. Clean. Almost sterile. No blood. No broken equipment. But the silence, that was worse. Too perfect. She moved forward, passing empty offices with sealed glass doors. Desks perfectly organized. Coffee mugs still full. Time felt paused. Then a door at the end of the hall opened on its own. No sound. She stepped through. A single chair sat in the center of the room, facing a wall-sized mirror, and behind the mirror, movement. A figure. It looked like her. She moved. So did it. But then, it waved. She hadn't moved her hand. She stepped forward. So did it. Then she spoke. Jakey. The reflection shook its head. No, it mouthed. She turned to leave. The door was gone. Just wall. She turned back to the mirror. Now the reflection wasn't her at all. It was Jake, except half of his face looked burned, charred. His eyes were filled with something she couldn't name. Where is this place? She whispered. Jake didn't answer. Instead, the lights flickered. The wall behind her rumbled, and from the speakers overhead, a dozen voices screamed at once, Dion E. Finis Tish CNCE. The mirror cracked, and then everything went black. The house was quieter now. The kind of quiet that clings to your skin, that prickles your back and makes your stomach feel hollow. The wind outside had died completely, and the usual creaks and groans of the old floorboards seemed to be holding their breath, waiting. No one said it out loud, but everyone felt it. Something was listening. "I swear I saw his shadow by the stairs," whispered Lena. Her voice trembled, not from cold, but something deeper. It moved, and not like the others. This one looked back at me. Ben was sitting on the edge of the dusty couch, elbows on knees, hands clasped tight like he was praying to something he didn't believe in. "You said that about the bathroom mirror yesterday, and the garden gate before that. Maybe it's just us seeing things because we want to see him again." Lena turned on him. "Is that what you think this is? Grief tricks?" Ben's eyes were dull, bloodshot. He hadn't slept in days. Neither had any of them, really. "I think we've been in this damn house too long. And I think whatever's happening here is feeding on us." Mira, standing by the boarded up window, hadn't spoken in hours. She'd been writing in a small notebook that none of them knew she had until this morning. When she finally looked up, the shadows under her eyes looked like bruises. "Whatever it is, it knows we're catching on," she said flatly. "It's not hiding anymore." Silence stretched again. Heavy, thick. They all remembered last night. The knocking. It hadn't come from the front door, or the back, or the basement. It had come from beneath the floorboards. Exactly 3 knocks. Knock, knock, knock. They'd all been in the living room when it happened. Mira had dropped her phone, which had mysteriously turned back on minutes before. All it showed was a black screen with a blinking cursor in the center. Then the knocks, and then a scream. Short, sharp, chalked off mid-breath. Lena had run upstairs, thinking it was her brother, but his room was empty. Again, like every room in this cursed house, no matter how many times they checked, Jamie was gone. And yet, they kept seeing him. Bits of him. His reflection. His voice. His hand. His breath on the window. They weren't grieving. They were being haunted. That morning, Mira woke everyone up with a drawing she'd made. It showed the underside of the house, or what she thought was beneath it. She'd drawn crooked beams, nails, a small square hatched directly beneath the center of the living room, and a figure, a shadow, that wasn't drawn so much as scratched into the paper. It looked like a person. But the arms were too long, the head hung at an angle, and something about the proportions felt wrong. "I dreamed it," she said, but it felt like a memory. "No one's ever mentioned a crawl space," Ben muttered. He took the drawing and flipped it over, as if hoping it would disappear. "Exactly," Mira said. They pried up the living room floorboards at noon. The boards came off easy, too easy. Like they'd been waiting. Lena pulled off the last plank and dropped her flashlight into the gap. It clattered on something hard and stopped. What they found wasn't a crawl space. It was a room, a perfect square, maybe 8 feet by 8. Unfinished wood beams, no furniture, just dirt and cobwebs, and in the center, a metal trapdoor, rusted, small. It didn't belong to any blueprints they'd found in the attic. Ben was the first to say it. "This is where he went." Mira nodded. He vanished mid-sentence. One moment talking, the next gone. Not upstairs, not outside, not anywhere in this house. She pointed at the trapdoor. "He's down there." They argued for an hour before they agreed to go down. Lena had brought rope. Mira tied it to a beam. Ben went first. The square hole led down about 10 feet to a dirt floor. A thick, musty smell hit him as soon as he landed. Like old meat, mold, and something metallic. Blood? No, not fresh, older, dried. He moved aside for the others. When they were all standing around the trapdoor, no one wanted to open it. But Mira, ever the quiet one, stepped forward and gripped the iron handle. "Whatever's been following us, mimicking him, luring us, it's trying to keep us away from this." She opened it. The door shrieked like a wounded animal. What they saw beneath froze them. Steps hewn into the ground, leading down. farther than any basement should go. The deeper they went, the colder it got. The walls started off as packed earth, then stone. Old. Crumbling, the flashlight beams flicked across carvings, symbols that none of them recognized. Circles. Crosses. Lines that spiraled and looped and looked too much like eyes. Mira traced one with her fingers. These weren't made by people who lived here. This is older than the house. How can you know that? Ben asked. She looked up. Because I saw them in my dream. On Jamie's skin. Lena clutched her flashlight tighter. Stop saying things like that. But Mira didn't stop, and the hallway didn't end. Until they reached the door. A massive slab of stone wedged into the wall. No handle. Just more carvings. But this time there was something else. A face. Not carved. Not painted. Pressed. Half of a human face. Flattened, mummified. Embedded into the stone. Its eyes were open. And its mouth was parted, like it had been caught mid-sentence. Ben backed away. This is wrong. This isn't just a tunnel or a hidden room. This is something else. Something older than the house. We need to go. But the door slid open. By itself. Darkness poured out. They didn't decide to enter. They were pulled. The air itself seemed to tug at them. Not with force, but with suggestion, with a promise. The room was pitch black and quiet, but not empty. They felt it before they saw it. The presence, it felt familiar, like Jamie. Like his scent, his laugh, the echo of his voice in a hallway. Then the lights from their flashlights flickered, and a voice cut through the dark. Lena. It was him. Jamie, Lena whispered.
Jamie!
Where are you? I'm here, the voice said. Closer now. Just help me. She ran forward before anyone could stop her. Her scream didn't come all at once. It built, like a kettle, high and sharp and raw. Ben ran after her. What he saw made him drop the flashlight. Lena stood in the center of the room, eyes wide, mouth open. Jamie was in front of her. Sort of, it looked like him. Same clothes, same height, same face. But the smile was too wide. His skin didn't move right, like a mask that didn't fit. And his shadow, it didn't match his movements. It moved first. He turned to Ben and vanished mid-sentence. Lena collapsed. Mira screamed for them to run. The shadows on the walls started moving, crawling toward them. Too many, each one shaped like Jamie, each one grinning. Ben dragged Lena. Mira led the way. As they fled back up the stone stairs, the whispers began again. You heard him? He's still down here? Let us finish the sentence. They didn't look back. They slammed the trapdoor shut. But the knocks didn't stop. Knock. Knock. They came again that night. Only now there were more than 3. The air was thick with the unspoken. They were all breathing the same dread, the same suffocating silence, yet it weighed differently on each of them. Lena, trembling, sat against the wall with her head between her knees, her hands gripping her hair like she was trying to hold herself together. Ben paced back and forth in the living room, his breath coming in shallow gasps. He couldn't stop moving, couldn't stop looking over his shoulder. Every shadow felt like it was breathing down his neck, watching, waiting. Mira was the only one who didn't move. She stood by the boarded-up window, her face pale in the dim light. Her notebook was clutched tight against her chest like a shield. No one spoke. The knocking had stopped for now, but the pressure in the air was unbearable. It was as though something was pressing down on the house from above, holding it in place, ensuring they couldn't escape. That feeling of being trapped. But it wasn't just physical. The house had changed. The walls felt smaller now. The shadows seemed to stretch longer, pulling them closer to the edges of the rooms, to the dark corners where Jamie's voice had once echoed. And that was the worst part. It hadn't left. Whatever it was, whatever Jamie had become down there, in the darkness, it was still in the house. And the door to the basement had opened on its own. That door. The trapdoor that shouldn't have existed in the first place. Ben's mind was racing. What had they uncovered down there? What had they triggered by going in, by opening it? Whatever it wasn't just a place. It was a presence. The whole house was connected to it. To Jamie, to something darker than they had realized. Then there was the voice. Jamie's voice. But not entirely. It was warped, twisted. And the things it said, "Help me," it didn't sound like a cry for help. It sounded more like an invitation, a pull, something hungry. They had unleashed something that wanted more. Lena finally lifted her head, her voice hoarse. "I saw him. I saw Jamie. But he wasn't real." Mara turned, the notebook now open in her hands. "What do you mean? Was it just another hallucination? Another trick of the house?" Lena shook her head slowly. "No, he looked like him. But his eyes, they weren't right. And his smile, his smile, it was wrong, too wide. Like something's trying to fit inside him. I couldn't stop looking at it. It felt like it was drawing me in." Ben stopped pacing. He looked at her, eyes bloodshot. "We need to leave. This is all getting too much. We can't keep playing this game. We can't leave." Mira said quietly, her voice colder than it had ever been. "There's nowhere to go." Lena raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? We could just—" "No," Mira interrupted, stepping closer, eyes focused intently on her notebook. "Listen to me. We can't leave. Because we're already trapped." Ben frowned. "Trapped? What the hell are you talking about?" Mira didn't look up. "When I went down there, when I saw that thing, Jamie's face in the stone, do you think it was just an accident? The house is tied to something. This place, it's not just a house. It's alive in some way, and we've disturbed it." Lena's pulse quickened. "You're saying this house is alive?" Mira nodded slowly. "Not in the way we think. It's more like a vessel or a prison. But whatever is in there, it wants something. And it wants us." Ben ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. "This is insane. We're dealing with some kind of haunted house. Maybe something darker. But there's no way this is real. We're not trapped here. We're just scared. It's all in our heads." "It's not in our heads, Ben," Mira said, her voice hardening. "Look around. This house is feeding on us. It's taking us." One by one. They couldn't argue with her. Not after everything they'd seen. The silence that followed was different now. It wasn't quiet. It was the kind of silence that happens when everyone knows they're walking on a razor's edge, where the slightest movement could make the floor fall out beneath them. Ben grabbed his coat. "I'm going to the car. We can still get out. I'll break the windows if I have to." "No," Lena cried, grabbing his arm. "Ben, you can't leave!" "You don't understand. Whatever that thing is, it's already here. It knows where we are. We can't run from it." "Then what the hell do we do?" Ben snapped, pulling his arm away. "Just sit here and wait to die." "I don't know," Lena said softly. "But if we leave now, we're just making it worse." They all turned to Mira, who had finally put her notebook down. "You know what to do, don't you?" Ben asked. Mira's gaze was distant. "I think I know how to stop it. But we have to do it together." Lena looked hopeful. "What do you mean?" "What do we have to do?" "I don't know yet," Mira said, the corner of her mouth lifting into a grim smile. "But I've been seeing things, hearing things. This house is like a puzzle. And I think I've finally figured out what the pieces are. We need to find the center of it, where the energy is strongest." Ben looked skeptical. "And where's that? Down in the basement again?" Mira's face darkened. "No, that place is the anchor. But we have to find the core. There's something else. Something beneath all of it. Something worse." Lena shook her head. "There's nothing worse than what's in the basement." Mira's expression hardened. "You haven't seen the real face of this thing. What it wants." Ben looked between them. his breath shallow. And you think we can just walk in there and stop it? We don't have a choice, Mira said. The longer we wait, the more it grows. It's already pulling at us. Look around, Ben, look. It's too late to leave. But it's not too late to fight back. The floorboards creaked. The room was cold, cold enough that their breath came out in visible puffs, even though the heat had been on all day. Then came the sound, the same sound from before, the knocks. Knock, knock, knock. It echoed from beneath the floorboards, distant at first, but growing louder, as though something was coming closer. And then a whisper. Just one word. Help. It was Jamie's voice again, but this time it was different. Distorted, as though something was pulling it through layers of static. Something else was speaking through him. The knock seemed to vibrate through the very bones of the house. It wasn't just a sound. It was an intrusion, a presence that bled through the walls like ink-staining paper, twisting the air. Lena's heart thudded in her chest as she jumped to her feet, staring at the floorboards where the noise had come from. Every instinct screamed at her to run, to flee from this place, from the house, from the suffocating dread that hung in the air. But Mira's words had stopped her. This wasn't just a haunted house. It was something more. A prison, a sentient force, and they had awoken it by coming here. Ben was the first to speak, his voice strained. That was real, right? Mira didn't answer immediately. She stood motionless by the window, her eyes narrowed, her expression unreadable. Her fingers lightly brushed the edges of the notebook, as though she was pulling something from it, something invisible, yet all-consuming. That wasn't just Jamie, she said, finally turning to face the others. Her voice was barely a whisper, but the weight behind it was undeniable. That was it. The thing inside the house, in the basement. It's reaching out. It's trying to take him. Lena felt a cold chill slide down her spine. Take Jamie, but he's gone. Whatever that is, whatever's down there, has taken him. There's nothing left of Jamie. Myra shook her head slowly, as though she wasn't entirely sure herself. No, you don't understand. It wants him. It's using his voice to call to us, to lure us in. But Jamie he isn't gone. Not entirely. Ben stepped back, his face pale. So you're saying that thing in the basement isn't Jamie. But then, what was it that was calling us? It's the house. Mira replied, her voice quiet but forceful. It is Jamie, and it's not. I think it's something in between. Lena swallowed hard, trying to shake off the icy grip of fear that was wrapping around her chest. But why? Why did it choose him? Why not us? Mira's eyes shifted to the darkened hallway leading toward the basement, her gaze distant. Because Jamie was the key. He was the one who opened the door. The one who let it in. And now it's coming after all of us. It wants us because we've triggered something we don't fully understand. And the longer we stay here, the more it'll pull us under. The knocking grew louder again. 3 more raps, harder, faster, more urgent than before. Help! The voice was unmistakable now. Jamie's voice. But distorted, like a broken record, looping through the air, stretching the word longer than it should have been. It sounded like a plea, yes, but also a command. A call to them. Drawing them in, beckoning them toward the darkness beneath. Ben shook his head, as if trying to clear his thoughts. This is insane. We can't be standing around waiting for some ghost to drag us into the ground. We need to go now. We can figure this out later, but not here. Noon. Mira's voice was firm, her gaze locking with Ben's. You don't get it. There's no later, Ben. There's no leaving. Not anymore. We're stuck here. This house it's alive, feeding on us, pulling us in. If we leave now, we won't make it. We'll never make it. Lena took a shaky step back, her mind racing, the pieces of their terrifying puzzle finally beginning to fit together. You think the house is trying to trap us? Mira nodded, her expression grim. Not just trap. It's trying to consume us. All of us. And if we don't stop whatever's in the basement, whatever that thing is, it'll spread. It'll find more. The door to the basement, the trap door in the living room, creaked open of its own accord. Lena's breath caught in her throat. There was no mistaking it. This wasn't a draft or an old house settling. It was deliberate, intentional. The shadow beneath the door flickered for a moment, and then it moved. The figure of a man, or something that resembled a man, appeared for a split second in the dark void under the trapdoor. But its shape wasn't quite human. Its limbs were too long, its body too angular. It was more like an elongated silhouette, an impossible form swaying back and forth as though it was trying to find its balance. Lena's body locked in terror, her legs trembling beneath her. She couldn't look away. She didn't want to see it, but somehow her eyes were drawn to it, pulled into that infinite, all-consuming dark. It was Jamie. But it wasn't. The figure shifted again, and this time, there was a sound. A low, guttural growl that came from the shadows. The growl grew louder, closer, until it felt like the air itself was being torn apart. Ben stumbled backward, almost tripping over a chair. "What the hell is that?" "It's not him," Mira whispered, her face pale with realization. It's never been him. Suddenly, the figure, whatever it was, lunged forward, disappearing into the trapdoor in a blink, as if it had never existed in the first place. The house was quiet again, save for the pounding of their hearts, but it didn't stay quiet for long. The knocking resumed. Faster, more frantic now. "Help. Get away from the door," Lena screamed, her instincts kicking in. She ran toward the basement trapdoor, shoving Ben away as she grabbed a chair and shoved it under the handle, trying to lock it in place. "We can't let it in. We can't." But then the voice came again. The voice of Jamie. "Help me." But this time, it wasn't just a plea. It was an order, a demand. Lena froze. It's it speaking to us now, not Jamie anymore. That thing, whatever it is, it's using his voice. Mira's voice was low but resolute. "It's trying to pull us in, and it will, if we let it." Ben finally looked toward Mira, his face grim. "So what now?" "We fight it," Mira said, her eyes hardening. "We stop it. Right here. Right now." Lena didn't know what to say. They were out of options. The knocking was louder now, and the voice, Jamie's voice, had started to sound like a choir, an army of them. All pleading, all demanding to be let out. And she realized, with a sickening certainty, that they weren't just trying to help him. They were trying to bring everything out. Everything. The knocking didn't stop. Each thud, each jarring vibration echoed louder, until it was a constant, relentless pounding against the walls of Lena's mind. The floor beneath them seemed to shift, as if the house itself were alive and trying to swallow them whole. Lena's breath came in shallow gasps as she pressed her back against the wall, clutching her arms to her chest. Mira stood by the trapdoor, her eyes wide with the kind of focus that made Lena uneasy. Something had shifted in her. The calm that had taken hold of her was now almost dangerous. Ben, on the other hand, was shaking. He kept glancing toward the door, as if afraid it would burst open any second. "This is insane. We can't stay here," he said, his voice hoarse. "We need to leave. Now." But Mira didn't answer him. She simply turned toward the door, her eyes narrowing. She had heard something that the others hadn't. Lena could see it in her posture, the way she was almost listening, straining her senses to the edges of the silence. The voice came again, Jamie's voice. But this time, it wasn't just pleading, it was mocking. "You're too late." Lena felt her blood run cold. She glanced toward Ben, but his face had gone ghostly pale. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end, and for a moment, he seemed to be paralyzed. "We're too late," Mira murmured under her breath, as though speaking to herself. She looked at the others, her face hard. It's been waiting. It's been waiting for us to come. And now, it's already started. The room grew colder. Lena's breath formed mist in the air, a cloud of steam that hung around her like a shroud. It wasn't just the temperature dropping. It was something worse. Something more unnatural. The temperature wasn't just falling. It was being sucked out, drawn down, as if the house itself were inhaling. Ben took a shaky step back. I don't understand. How are we supposed to fight something like that? Mira turned toward him slowly, her eyes filled with a cold understanding. We don't fight it like we fight anything else. This isn't about strength, or weapons, or even escape. We fight it with truth. Lena blinked, confused. Truth. Yes. Truth. Mira's voice was steady now, but there was an edge of something darker beneath it. This house is a prison, Ben. It's been trapping souls for centuries. It's not just the physical house, but something older, something primal. The house is built on lies, built on forgotten truths that it tries to bury. And the more it buries, the more it controls. Lena stared at her, trying to process the words, but they made her head spin. So what are you saying? We just tell the truth. That's it? Mira nodded slowly. We expose it. Every lie, every secret the house has tried to hide. We rip it open, drag it into the light. Because once the truth is out, the house can't hide anymore. And when it's exposed for what it truly is, it'll lose its power. The knocking on the trapdoor was louder now, frantic, as though something was on the other side, trying to break through. Lena's pulse raced. And what if that doesn't work? What if it doesn't let us expose it? Mira gave a small, humorless laugh. Then we'll just have to make it let us. There was a long, heavy silence. The weight of what Mira had said hung in the air like a thick fog, and the only sound was the persistent knocking. But then, as if on cue, the voice came again, this time louder, more demanding. Help me. I'm here. It was unmistakably Jamie's voice, and yet it was not. It was warped, contorted by something that wasn't human. It felt like a scream, trapped beneath layers of grief, of desperation. Lena's heart skipped in her chest. She couldn't tell if the voice was calling to her, or to Mira, or to anyone. It didn't matter anymore. They were all being pulled in. Mira turned to face the trapdoor, her eyes narrowing as she stepped forward. It's trying to drag us in. Don't listen to it, she said, almost as though giving a command. We need to be strong. Don't let it control your mind. Lena opened her mouth to say something, but the words died in her throat. A strange pressure had built around her chest, making it hard to breathe. It felt like something was pressing in on her, as if the very air had thickened. The house was suffocating them. We need to face it, Mira continued, her voice low but certain. We need to go down there, and we need to confront it. Ben stared at her like she was mad. Down there. Are you insane? I'm not insane, Mira snapped, her voice cutting through the tension in the room. You don't have a choice. None of us do. If we stay up here, it will just pull us in one by one. But if we go down there, if we face the source, we have a chance. Lena's mind raced. The trapdoor. The basement. Whatever was down there, whatever had been calling them, it was the source of all of this. The thing that had caused Jamie's disappearance. The thing that was still trying to pull them into the darkness. Lena glanced back at Ben. He was trembling, but his face was set with a determination she hadn't seen before. Okay, he said, his voice tight. Okay, let's do it. But we need a plan. We can't just run in there and hope for the best. Mira nodded, her expression hardening. There's no time for plans. We go down, and we expose it for what it is. That's the only way to stop it. The door rattled again, more violently this time, as though something was trying to break through. The air shifted, the temperature dropping even further. And Lena felt the hair on the back of her neck stand up. Whatever was behind that door was no longer waiting. It was coming. "Are you ready?" Mira asked. Her voice steady despite the chaos building around them. Lena looked at Ben, then at Mira, and for the first time since they'd stepped into the house, she felt a strange sense of resolve settle over her. They were going to face whatever was waiting below. They were going to end this. Together. The trapdoor creaked open, and the blackness below beckoned them in. The trapdoor groaned under the strain as it opened, revealing the deep, suffocating darkness below. The air felt colder now, much colder than before, as though the very essence of the house had turned against them. Lena could barely see anything beyond the thin sliver of light spilling from the room above. The basement was a black abyss, its depth impossible to gauge, like staring into an ocean of shadow. Lena's heartbeat was loud in her ears. Every instinct screamed at her to turn and run, to leave this nightmare behind. But there was no going back now. Mira's eyes were locked on the stairs leading down, and Ben, despite his visible fear, was standing beside her, his face drawn tight in determination. "Let's go," Mira said, her voice unwavering. Lena nodded, her legs trembling as she took the first step onto the creaking wooden staircase. Ben followed closely behind, and the soft scuff of their shoes against the steps was the only sound for a long moment. The trapdoor slammed shut above them with a resounding thud, trapping them in the pitch black depths of the house. The air in the basement was thick and damp, clinging to their skin like a cold mist. As they descended further, the darkness seemed to close in around them, suffocating, oppressive. Lena's breath came faster, her skin prickling with a sensation she couldn't shake. Something was down here. Something was waiting. "I don't like this," Ben muttered, his voice trembling. "I feel like we're being watched." Mira didn't respond at first, her focus unwavering. She moved with purpose, leading them down the stairs, each step deliberate, each motion controlled. She had become a force of nature, driven by something Lena couldn't quite understand. "Stay close," Mira said after a moment. "This is where it all began. This is where Jamie—" Her voice faltered, and Lena's stomach dropped. Jamie. That name. The constant reminder of what they had lost and what they were walking into. The stairs creaked beneath them, and the cold seemed to seep deeper into their bones with every step. Lena wanted to speak, to ask what exactly they were about to face, but the words stuck in her throat. Every instinct told her to turn back, but she knew, deep down, that they couldn't. There was no escaping this now. The basement stretched out before them, a labyrinth of shadows and decay. The walls were covered in mildew and damp, the floor uneven and cracked. Cobwebs hung in the corners like forgotten memories, and the air was thick with the smell of something ancient and rotting. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, a faint light flickered in the distance. At first, Lena thought it was a trick of the mind, a mirage in the darkness. But then it grew brighter, stronger, until it illuminated a small section of the basement. And there, at the center of the room, stood a door. The door was old, too old, the wood warped and splintered. The paint chipped away to reveal the raw grain beneath. The edges of the door were covered in a strange, dark stain that resembled dried blood, and the handle was twisted in a way that suggested it had been turned many times, by many hands. Lena's pulse quickened as she stepped forward, drawn to it like a moth to flame. There was something about that door, something that felt wrong. "That's it," Mira said softly. "That's where it began." Lena didn't know how she knew, but somehow she could feel it. The presence behind that door was more than just a ghost. It was a force, a malevolent entity that had been feeding off the house for years, possibly centuries. "What is it?" Ben whispered, his voice trembling. "What's behind it?" Mira didn't answer right away. She simply stared at the door, her face expressionless. It's what's been calling us. Lena stepped closer, her feet dragging across the cold, damp floor. The closer she got to the door, the more oppressive the air became. It was as if the very walls of the house were closing in, pushing her toward this one point, this singular moment where everything would either end or unravel even further. Her hand reached out instinctively, brushing against the rough wood. She could feel the vibrations in the door, pulsing, almost alive. Ben grabbed her wrist, pulling her back sharply. Wait. His voice was urgent. We don't know what's on the other side. What if? But Mira was already moving forward. She didn't seem to care about the risks. With a deep breath, she placed her hand on the door, turning the handle. The metal scraped against the wood, a high-pitched screech that echoed through the basement, sending a shiver down Lena's spine. The door swung open with a slow, deliberate creak, revealing a room beyond. The light from the basement flickered, casting long, jagged shadows across the walls. The room was small, almost claustrophobic, with walls that were lined with shelves filled with objects Lena couldn't quite make out in the dim light. But in the center of the room, there was something that immediately caught her attention. A mirror. It stood tall against the far wall, its frame ornate and old, the glass slightly fogged with age. But it wasn't the mirror itself that made Lena's heart race. It was the figure standing in front of it. Jamie. Lena gasped, her hand flying to her mouth in shock. But Jamie wasn't standing there, alive and well. No, he was different. He was pale, his skin ashen, his eyes wide and vacant. His hair hung entangled, matted strands around his face, and his clothes were torn, as if he'd been trapped in this place for far longer than they had realized. Jamie. Lena's voice broke the silence, her throat tight. The figure in the mirror didn't move, didn't react. But Lena's heart skipped a beat when she realized the reflection didn't match Jamie's position in the room. The reflection of Jamie was standing still, staring directly at her, a smile creeping across his face. But it wasn't Jamie anymore. Lena's breath caught in her throat as she watched in horror. The figure in the mirror began to twist, its form warping into something grotesque, something inhuman. The smile stretched unnaturally wide, and then the face shattered, cracked like glass. And from the cracks came a sound. A voice. A voice that was Jamie's, but not quite. "You should have stayed away," it whispered, the words low and rasping. "You're too late." The air in the room grew thick, suffocating. The temperature dropped even further, and Lena could see her breath fog in front of her. The presence in the room, something darker than any ghost, began to fill the space. And then, just as quickly as it began, everything went silent. The mirror went still. The figure was gone. Lena stumbled back, nearly tripping over her own feet, and Ben grabbed her arm to steady her. "What the hell was that?" he whispered, his voice shaking. Mira didn't speak, but her eyes were wide, her face pale. She knew what they had seen. And she knew that whatever had been unleashed was far more dangerous than anything they had expected. The room felt colder, much colder, as the silence stretched out, suffocating them with its weight. Lena's heart was still hammering in her chest, every beat a loud reminder of the terror they had just witnessed. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the now blank mirror, where moments ago a twisted reflection of Jamie had stared back at her. The air smelled of decay, damp and musty, like a forgotten crypt. The light in the basement flickered uneasily, casting odd shadows that seemed to move on their own. Lena could feel something creeping in the dark, something that wasn't quite human. "What the hell just happened?" Ben whispered, his voice hoarse with shock. He wasn't looking at Lena, his gaze fixed on the mirror, his body rigid with fear. Mira, however, was the first to move. She took a cautious step forward, her eyes never leaving the mirror. "It's not over," she said. her voice soft but filled with a terrifying certainty. Whatever that was, it's part of the curse. Lena felt a chill run down her spine at the word curse. It was something she had hoped to avoid, something she hadn't even considered. But now, standing here in the shadow of this dark place, the truth was undeniable. She swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she spoke. A curse. But Jamie, he didn't come back. That wasn't him. Mira turned to face her, her face pale. That wasn't Jamie. Not anymore. She glanced back at the mirror. What we saw was a reflection, yes, but not one of this world. It's a part of something much older, something malevolent. Lena could hardly comprehend what Mira was saying, but the fear that had begun to sink into her bones told her that, whatever this was, it had already begun to change them. Ben's grip on Lena tightened as if seeking reassurance, but his eyes betrayed his panic. So, we're stuck in some kind of curse? That's it. There's no way out. Mira didn't answer immediately. Instead, she turned to face the door they had come through, her expression hardening. There's always a way out. But it's not going to be easy. Whatever's behind that door, she pointed toward the now silent reflection, isn't just a spirit or a ghost. It's something that has been here for a long time. Something that feeds on fear. Lena's mind was spinning. Something that feeds on fear. The thought of it made her stomach churn, as though the very concept were a living thing. But she could feel it too, this pressing weight, this suffocating sensation, like the house itself was closing in around them. What do we do? Lena asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Mira's gaze never wavered from the mirror. We face it. We end it. Whatever it is, it's been trapped in this place for centuries. And it won't stop until it has what it wants. What does it want? Ben asked, his voice cracked with the weight of the question. Mira hesitated, her eyes dark with a memory Lena couldn't quite reach. It wants to cross over. Lena felt a shiver run through her, but it wasn't from the cold. She could feel the room shift. A subtle change in the atmosphere. The air seemed to thicken, drawing closer, as though the walls themselves were aware of their presence. What do you mean, crossover? Lena asked. Mira's face tightened, her eyes narrowing. The curse started with the mirror. It's an ancient artifact. It was created to trap something dark and powerful. But it wasn't meant to keep it in forever. The moment the mirror was broken, or even just disturbed, the curse began to unravel. It's been waiting for someone to open that door. Lena's breath hitched. So, we've already triggered it. Yes, Mira confirmed. But the thing that's been trapped in that mirror, it isn't just a spirit. It's something that lives in the reflections, in the shadows. And once it gets out, it'll be able to move freely between worlds. Here, the world outside, wherever it wants. Lena's blood ran cold at the thought. So we're opening the door to that. Mira nodded gravely. Yes, but if we don't stop it now, it will escape. And once it does, there will be no stopping it. Ben recoiled as if struck. Then why? Why are we standing here? Why not just leave? There's no leaving, Mira said, her voice firm but filled with an unmistakable sorrow. It's already too late for that. The door has been opened. The curse has already begun. Lena took a step back, her heart racing again as the weight of Mira's words sank in. There's no leaving. It felt like a finality, like they were already doomed, caught in a trap with no way out. But there had to be something they could do. She couldn't accept that there was no hope. We can stop it, Mira said, as if reading her thoughts. But only by confronting it. We have to face what's behind that door. Ben looked to the door, his face pale, eyes wide with terror. We can't. Whatever that thing is, it's not like anything we've faced before. We don't know what it can do. Mira's eyes were steely, her face hardening. Then we fight. We stop it before it can take anyone else. That's the only choice we have. There was no more time for fear. Lena could feel it now. The sense of inevitability that clung to the air, the realization that they were standing on the edge of something terrible. There would be no turning back once they crossed that threshold. "I'm in," Lena said, her voice steady, even as her hands shook. Ben swallowed hard but nodded, his eyes full of fear and resolve. "All right, let's finish this." Mira stepped forward again, this time with a new intensity in her eyes. "Stay close. We move together, no matter what happens." They turned toward the door, the weight of their decision settling on their shoulders like a leaden cloak. The door creaked open, louder than before, as though the house itself were protesting. But they stepped forward, into the unknown, prepared to face whatever was waiting on the other side. The door creaked open with a low, groaning sound that seemed to echo endlessly in the silence of the basement. Lena's heart pounded in her chest, the rhythmic thumping loud in her ears as she stepped forward, her breath shallow. Ben followed closely behind her, and Mira was a few steps ahead, her face set in a determined expression, her eyes scanning the dark, foreboding hallway that stretched out before them. The air here was even heavier than in the main room, thick with the scent of rot and dust. The light from their torches flickered, casting unsettling shadows against the walls. The walls themselves seemed to pulse with a low, unearthly hum, almost as if the house were alive, breathing, watching. Lena's eyes darted around the space. Every instinct screamed at her to turn around, to leave this place, but there was no going back. The curse had already taken hold, and the only way to end it was to face whatever lay ahead. "This is it," Mira whispered, her voice barely audible over the oppressive silence. "We're close now?" Lena glanced at Ben, who was gripping her shoulder with a white, knuckled hand, his face pale, lips pressed together in a thin line. His eyes were wide with fear, but there was something else there. Too, something that mirrored her own resolve. They had come too far to stop now. Mira led them down the narrow hallway, the floor creaking beneath their feet. It felt like they were walking deeper into the bowels of the earth, each step taking them further from the world they knew and closer to something ancient and unknown. They reached a heavy, wooden door at the end of the hallway. The door looked old, its wood warped and splintered, its edges blackened with age and decay. The air around it was thick, almost suffocating. Lena could feel the weight of something dark pressing against her chest, as though the very door were a barrier between them and the abyss. Mira turned to face them, her eyes hard, her lips pressed into a grim line. "This is it. Whatever's on the other side, we face it together. We don't let it separate us. We don't let it break us." Lena nodded, her throat dry. Ben squeezed her shoulder, a wordless gesture of support. She took a deep breath and stepped forward, her hand resting on the cold, warped wood of the door. She felt a jolt of static electricity course through her fingers, as though the door itself were alive. Without another word, she pushed it open. The room beyond was pitch black, the darkness so complete it felt as if the light itself had been swallowed whole. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and something sharper, something metallic. There was no sound, no wind, no hum, no creak. Just a suffocating silence. Mira pulled out a small flashlight from her pocket and clicked it on, the beam cutting through the darkness. The faint light revealed a vast chamber, far larger than the space they had just left. It was an underground cavern, its walls lined with rough, hewn stone that looked ancient, older than anything they had seen before. The ground was uneven, covered in layers of dust and debris. But it wasn't the room itself that caught Lena's attention. It was what stood in the center of the cavern. A massive mirror. The mirror was unlike any she had ever seen. It stood tall and imposing, its frame made of dark, twisted iron that seemed to writhe as though alive. The surface of the mirror was black, its edges warped and distorted, as though it were trying to escape its frame. It was an ancient thing. Its glass cracked in places, though it still seemed to shimmer with an unnatural light. Lena felt a chill settle over her, a coldness that reached into her very bones. The mirror was wrong. Everything about it felt wrong. What is this? Ben's voice broke the silence, shaky and filled with fear. This, Mira said quietly, her voice heavy with the weight of centuries, is the source of the curse. It's not just a mirror. It's a doorway. A portal. Lena's breath caught in her throat. A portal. To where? To what? Mira stepped forward, her eyes locked on the mirror. This is what's been trapping that thing. The thing we saw in the reflection. It's not just some spirit or ghost. It's a creature, an entity from another realm, and it's been trapped here for far too long. Ben shook his head, his eyes wide with disbelief. You're telling me this thing in the mirror is... what? Some kind of demon? Mira nodded slowly. Not a demon. Something much older. Something beyond our understanding. It feeds on fear, on suffering. It's been here, in this place, for centuries. And now it wants out. Lena took a cautious step forward, her eyes still fixed on the mirror. She could feel its pull, a strange and powerful force that seemed to call to her, beckoning her closer. She couldn't explain it, but something deep inside her knew that this mirror held the key to everything. What do we do? Lena asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and determination. Mira didn't answer right away. She stepped closer to the mirror, her flashlight beam flickering across the surface. For a moment, the glass seemed to shimmer, the reflections warping and twisting into grotesque shapes that made Lena's stomach churn. We have to destroy it, Mira said, her voice firm. But to do that, we have to understand it. We have to understand how it works, how it keeps this thing trapped inside. Lena felt a surge of anger, of helplessness. How are we supposed to destroy something like this? It's ancient. Mira's expression darkened. There's only one way. We have to break the mirror. But to do that, we'll have to face what's inside it. The creature. The thing that's been waiting for us. Ben stepped forward, his fists clenched at his sides. So, we break the mirror. That's the plan. Mira nodded. It's the only plan. If we don't destroy the mirror, it will keep feeding, keep growing stronger. And it won't stop until it escapes into our world. Lena felt a cold sweat break out on the back of her neck. The weight of what they were about to do, the enormity of the task ahead, threatened to overwhelm her. But there was no turning back now. They had come this far. They couldn't stop. Not now. All right, Lena said, her voice steady despite the fear clawing at her insides. Let's destroy it. They moved closer to the mirror, ready to face the unknown. The air in the cavern grew colder, more oppressive, as the trio approached the massive mirror. Lena felt as though the walls were closing in, each step making the darkness thicker, heavier. The mirror before them shimmered with an eerie light, its surface reflecting nothing but endless blackness, like a void that could swallow them whole. The entity inside, the one that had been waiting so long for release, pressed against the confines of the mirror. It seemed to pulsate with hunger, with a yearning that transcended the realm of mere mortal understanding. Lena could almost feel its presence. A dark, malevolent energy that crawled under her skin and twisted in her gut. This is it, Mira whispered, her voice almost reverent. She stood still for a moment, staring into the glass as if she could see through it, past its surface. We'll have to break it, but we have to be careful. The entity, it's not just trapped. It's been feeding off the reflection for centuries. It knows how to manipulate it. Ben looked at Mira, his face tight with fear. You mean it can control the mirror? It can control us? Mira nodded gravely. Yes, it's not just a passive thing. It's a living, breathing entity. with power over the space between realities. If we're not careful, it could break free. And if that happens, nothing will be able to stop it. Lena felt her heart race. Her thoughts began to scatter, her mind struggling to process the enormity of the situation. This wasn't just some haunted house. This wasn't just some ghostly apparition or ancient curse. What they were facing was far worse. This was an entity from another realm, one that had been waiting for the perfect moment to strike, to break free. She glanced at Ben, his eyes wide with terror. He looked like he wanted to run, to flee from the horror that stood before them. But he knew, just as she did, that there was no running from this, no escaping it. They were in this together, whether they liked it or not. "We need to act now," Lena said, her voice tight with determination. "We can't wait any longer. The longer we stand here, the stronger it gets." Mira turned to face her, nodding solemnly. "You're right, but we need to stay focused. One wrong move and everything will be lost." Lena nodded, taking a deep breath as she stepped forward. Her hand brushed the cold, warped surface of the mirror. It tingled under her touch, as though the glass itself were alive, reacting to her presence. For a moment, she felt a flicker of something dark and insidious, that almost made her pull her hand away. But she resisted, her resolve hardening. This was it. This was the moment they would end this nightmare. "We'll need something to break it," Mira said, her voice firm. She turned and reached into her bag, pulling out a small, jagged rock. It looked insignificant in her hand, but Lena knew better than to underestimate it. The size of the weapon didn't matter. It was the will behind it that counted. "Ready?" Mira asked, looking between Lena and Ben. Lena nodded. Ben hesitated, his hand trembling slightly as he reached for a piece of broken glass from the debris on the floor, the jagged edges catching the light of their flashlights. "I guess I have no choice," he muttered under his breath, his voice laced with uncertainty. Lena gave him a reassuring smile, though her insides twisted with dread. "We're all in this together." They all stepped forward, standing in front of the mirror. It loomed above them, an ominous monolith of twisted metal and blackened glass. The entity within it pressed closer, its presence growing stronger with every passing second. Lena could feel its weight, like an invisible hand wrapped around her chest, squeezing tighter. She reached out, her hand hovering just inches above the mirror. The closer she got, the colder the air became. Her fingers brushed against the glass again, and this time the sensation was stronger, sharper. The entity inside reacted, a ripple of movement running through the surface of the mirror. Lena's heart skipped a beat as a voice, low, guttural, and incomprehensible, whispered from within the glass. It was a language she couldn't understand, but the malice in its tone was unmistakable. The mirror seemed to pulse, the darkness inside it wrething, eager to break free. Mira, standing beside Lena, raised the rock high above her head, her eyes locked on the center of the mirror. "On my count," she said, her voice steady. 1, 2, 3. With a powerful swing, Mira hurled the rock at the mirror. It struck the surface with a deafening crash, sending a shockwave through the cavern. The mirror cracked, the glass splintering in all directions as the entity inside screamed in rage. The sound was deafening, a shrill, unearthly wail that seemed to vibrate in Lena's skull. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, as if in response to the blow, the mirror's surface shimmered violently. The cracks began to spread, growing wider and deeper, the glass buckling under the strain. And then, in a sudden, horrifying instant, the mirror shattered completely. The sound was like thunder, like the breaking of the world itself. Lena stumbled back, her heart racing in her chest as she shielded her face from the shards of glass that flew through the air. The light from their flashlights flickered, casting erratic shadows across the cavern as the mirror's reflection was consumed by the darkness. And then, the entity, whatever it was, let out a roar. A deafening, bone-shaking roar that shook the very foundation of the cavern. Lena's blood ran cold as the darkness seemed to take shape. A shadow, blacker than night, began to emerge from the shattered mirror. It was a shape, a figure, tall and thin, with elongated limbs and a face that was more shadow than substance. Its eyes, if they could even be called eyes, glowed a sickly green, burning with an otherworldly hunger. It stepped forward, its feet making no sound on the floor, as though it existed outside of reality, and with every step the air grew colder, the temperature dropping so rapidly that Lena's breath fogged in front of her. "Run!" Mira shouted, her voice a sharp command. But it was too late. The thing was already there. Lena felt a cold hand wrap around her wrist, pulling her forward, and she realized with a sickening twist that it wasn't Mira or Ben. The creature had reached her. Its touch was ice, pure and absolute, sending shock waves of freezing energy coursing through her body. She couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The darkness around her seemed to swallow her whole. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the creature vanished. Lena stood there, trembling as the darkness began to fade and the cavern returned to its eerie silence. But they weren't alone. The entity was still there. And now it was in their world. The air felt like it was being pulled in every direction, as if the very walls of the cavern were bending, shifting. Lena's pulse thundered in her ears, her mind racing to make sense of what had just happened. The creature, that thing, had touched her, its cold fingers seeping into her skin like liquid ice. She could still feel its chill, deep within her bones, a sensation that refused to fade. Lena's thoughts were clouded, her body frozen in place. She tried to move, but her legs felt like stone. It wasn't just the creature's touch that paralyzed her. It was the overwhelming weight of its presence, the suffocating feeling that she was no longer in control of her own body. The darkness around her seemed to stretch, twisting in unnatural ways, as if the very reality she knew was warping. Mira and Ben had also stopped in their tracks, their faces pale, eyes wide with terror. They could feel it too. The presence, the pull of something far darker than they had anticipated. What just happened? Ben's voice trembled. His hand was at his side, clenching and unclenching, as if he wanted to touch something solid to ground himself. "I don't know," Mira replied, her voice tight. She was staring at Lena, her eyes filled with concern. "But it's still here. It didn't just vanish." Lena shook her head, trying to clear the fog from her mind. It touched me. Her voice broke off as she struggled to breathe. The cold, the unnatural chill in her chest. It wasn't just physical. It was as though the entity had left something behind, something that was slowly sinking deeper into her. "We need to move," Mira said, her voice commanding. She grabbed Lena's arm, pulling her toward the cavern's exit. Now, Lena didn't fight it. She couldn't. Her body felt as if it were moving on its own, disconnected from her mind. She followed Mira's lead, stumbling in her wake, while Ben remained close behind, his eyes scanning the darkness around them. The cavern felt endless, stretching out before them as they navigated the twisting paths. Each step seemed to carry them deeper into the unknown. Lena's legs burned with exhaustion, her breath shallow, but she pushed on. There was no choice now. They couldn't afford to stop, to hesitate. "Where are we going?" Ben asked, his voice breaking through the oppressive silence. "Where the hell are we?" Mira didn't answer immediately. She was focused, her eyes flicking between the shadows that seemed to shift and sway as if they had a life of their own. "We need to get out," she finally said. "The entity is tied to this place. If we stay here much longer, it'll..." A scream shattered the air, sharp and filled with pure agony. It came from behind them, echoing through the cavern. It was the unmistakable sound of human suffering. Lena's heart skipped a beat. She whipped around, but all she saw was darkness. There was no sign of anyone else. No. Ben shouted, his face contorting in panic. We can't leave them behind. But Mira held him back, her grip ironclad. We don't have a choice. We have to keep moving. Lena stared at her, confusion and fear swirling in her chest. What do you mean, keep moving? Someone just screamed. Someone's in pain. Who all are, Mira said, her voice cold. The entity doesn't just hurt you physically. It warps your perception. It feeds off of your fear, your emotions. The screams aren't real, at least not in the way we think. It's manipulating us, trying to get us to make a mistake. Lena's heart pounded harder. The realization hit her like a ton of bricks. They had been running. But what if they had already stepped into the creature's trap? I can't leave them, Ben said, his voice pleading. He tried to break free from Mira's grip, but stopped when he saw the look in her eyes. It was a look of hard, undeniable resolve. We're not leaving anyone, Mira said, her voice a low, almost growling warning. We're just not playing its game. If you want to survive this, you have to trust me. Lena's mind raced. She didn't want to believe it. The scream had felt so real, but Mira's words struck a chord deep within her. The entity, it could distort reality. It could make them believe whatever it wanted them to. We need to stop, Lena said, her voice hoarse. We need to face it. Mira hesitated, glancing at Lena as if weighing her words. For a long moment, there was nothing but silence between them, the weight of the situation pressing down on them all. Finally, Mira nodded. You're right. We can't outrun it forever. We have to break it, once and for all. Ben looked between the two of them, his eyes filled with doubt and fear. But how? It's too strong. We barely made it this far. And now it's not about strength, Lena interrupted, her voice gaining strength. It's about taking control. This thing, whatever it is, feeds off of fear. If we let it win, we're done for. But if we take that fear and turn it back on it, maybe, just maybe, we have a chance. Mira's lips thinned, her eyes glinting with determination. You're right, but we're not doing this blindly. We need to find its core. The mirror, the dark presence, it's all part of the same thing. If we can find the heart of it, the source of its power, we can destroy it. But where? Ben asked. His voice was cracking now, his mind clearly struggling to grasp what was happening. Where do we find this heart? Mira's gaze turned toward the cavern walls. It's not here. We need to go deeper. The heart of this thing is at the bottom of the cave. Lena stared into the darkness ahead. She didn't know if they could make it. The entity, whatever it was more than a simple monster. It was a force of nature, something that existed outside the laws of the world they knew. But they had no other choice. They had to face it, or they would all perish. Without another word, Mira turned, leading them into the deeper, darker part of the cave. The shadows seemed to close in around them, but Lena knew that they had to move forward. They couldn't go back. Not now. The entity was in their world, and if they didn't stop it, everything they knew would be swallowed by the void. The deeper they ventured, the more the atmosphere of the cavern seemed to change. What had once been a faint, unsettling hum now echoed with a sharp, reverberating pulse. It was a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very air, crawling under their skin and into their minds. The walls of the cave narrowed, constricting around them, making each step feel heavier than the last. Lena's heart was a drumbeat in her chest, pounding with each step, while her thoughts swirled in a haze of fear and uncertainty. Mira's steady pace kept them moving forward, but the tension was palpable. Ben's breath was shallow, his hand trembling as he gripped the side of the cavern wall for support. Do you hear that? Ben's voice cracked, his gaze darting around. Lena looked ahead, where the path grew even darker. The further they went, the less light there seemed to be. The shadows stretched unnaturally, making the tunnel appear as though it were alive, twisting, curling like black tendrils reaching for them. "I hear it," Lena said quietly, her throat tight. She couldn't deny the suffocating presence that seemed to be closing in around them. There was something wrong with the air. It was thicker, denser, almost as if they were walking through a fog of something that wasn't just physical, but mental. "Keep moving," Mira commanded, her voice cutting through the rising panic. "We're close now. Don't stop." But Lena felt the pull. Something was beckoning her forward, not with words but with a presence, a force that seemed to drip into her thoughts. It wasn't the entity's voice, not yet. But it was something, a tug at the edges of her consciousness, a whisper of something dark, ancient, and far too familiar. Ben's breathing grew erratic, his pace faltering. "I can't do this," he whispered. "This isn't real. This is a nightmare." Ben, no," Mira snapped, turning sharply to face him. "You have to hold it together. We don't have time for this." Lena felt the walls of the cavern pulse again, as if responding to their words. It was subtle at first, just a flicker of movement in the darkness, a whisper that skittered across the edge of her senses, but then it grew. A cold rush of air swept over them, followed by the unmistakable feeling that something was watching them, lurking just out of sight. Ben flinched, his body stiffening as though he had been struck. "Did you feel that?" he gasped, his eyes wide. "Stay focused," Mira said urgently. "We're almost there." The ground beneath their feet grew uneven, the path becoming steeper as they descended further into the earth. The pulse grew stronger, more rhythmic, more insistent. Lena could feel it now, deep within her chest, as if it was beating in time with her own heart. The darkness around them seemed to throb, as though the very cavern was alive. And then, ahead of them, a faint light flickered in the distance. Lena's stomach twisted. The light was wrong, too bright, too sharp in contrast to the surrounding blackness. It was like a beacon, but one that didn't promise safety. No, it promised something much darker, something they could not outrun. "Stay close," Mira murmured, her voice low and strained. She reached for Lena's arm and tightened her grip. "Whatever happens, don't let go of each other." The three of them moved as one, their steps slow, deliberate, as though the very air was pressing down on them, resisting their progress. The further they went, the closer the light seemed to come, until they reached the entrance of a large chamber. The cavern opened up into a vast, circular space, its walls covered in a slick, black substance that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The light, though dim, illuminated the center of the room, casting long shadows that twisted and writhed. Lena's breath hitched. In the center of the room stood a massive mirror, its surface smooth and dark, reflecting nothing. It seemed to draw the light toward it, as if absorbing it, consuming it. The edges of the mirror were jagged, cracked as though it had been shattered, and then pieced back together with dark magic. "This is it," Mira said, her voice barely more than a whisper. She stepped forward, her eyes fixed on the mirror. "This is where it begins." The air grew colder. Lena could feel the temperature drop, the chill seeping into her skin like an invasive force. It was as though the cavern was no longer just a physical place, but something more. A point where the veil between worlds had been torn, and what was left in its wake was an abomination. The mirror pulsed, faintly at first, then with more intensity, its dark surface reflecting a twisted version of the cavern. The edges seemed to blur, as though the mirror was no longer just a reflection, but a doorway, a window to another reality. "Don't look into it," Mira warned, her voice trembling for the first time. "Whatever you do, don't let it take you." But Lena couldn't tear her eyes away. There was something irresistible about the mirror, something that tugged at the very core of her being. It wasn't just a reflection. It was alive, and it wanted her. A voice, soft and distant, whispered through her mind. Come closer. It was like a dream. The kind that wraps around you and pulls you into its depths. Lena felt herself stepping forward, her feet moving on their own. She could hear Mira shouting her name, but the words were distant, muffled, as if they were underwater. Come closer, Lena. The voice was not hers. It wasn't even human. It was deeper, older, like something ancient. Something that had been buried in the depths of time. A shiver ran down her spine, and for a brief moment, she could see something. Someone. In the reflection. It was a figure, standing at the edge of the mirror, half obscured by shadow. But it wasn't just a shadow. It was him. The man who had vanished mid-sentence. Her breath caught in her throat. The figure's eyes locked onto hers. They were empty. Hollow, like two dark wells pulling her in. His lips parted, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, she heard his voice. Lena, he whispered. You came. But how? How was this possible? Lena's mind spun, her heart racing as the mirror's grip tightened around her. It wasn't just the reflection anymore. It was real. He was real. Lena! Mira shouted, rushing forward to grab her. But it was too late. Lena's hand reached out toward the mirror, drawn by the figure's gaze. But then, a flash of light, bright, blinding, and everything went black. Lena's vision was clouded, her body suspended in a vast, cold nothingness. For a moment, there was only silence, the kind of silence that felt too thick to breathe in. It was as though the very fabric of reality had unraveled around her, leaving nothing but a void that stretched out endlessly in every direction. Her mind was a swirl of confusion and fear. The last thing she remembered was the mirror, the cold touch of the reflection pulling her closer, and then nothing. There had been a flash of light, a sudden and blinding brilliance. And then, where was she? Lena's limbs felt heavy, as though they were made of lead, and her heart thudded against her chest with a rhythm that seemed to echo through the emptiness. She tried to speak, but no words came out. Her mouth felt numb, her throat dry, as though she were choking on the very air she breathed. In the distance, a voice whispered, soft, familiar, and chilling, Lena. It was his voice, the man who had vanished mid-sentence. But it wasn't just his voice. There was something else, something dark and malevolent. A layer of distortion that made it sound as though he were speaking from the very depths of the void. Lena, you shouldn't have come. The words sliced through her mind, making her shudder involuntarily. She didn't know where the voice was coming from, or whether it was even real. All she knew was that it was drawing her in, like a magnetic force that pulled at her very soul. Ben, she whispered, her voice cracking, but there was no answer. The silence was thick, suffocating, and it pressed down on her like an oppressive weight. She had to find him. She had to find Mira. Where were they? Were they still with her? Had they made it out of the cave? Were they even alive? Her thoughts spiraled as she reached out into the void, her fingers brushing against something cold and smooth. Nothingness, or perhaps something that was once solid, now a vague, shapeless form. The sensation sent a ripple of panic through her, and she yanked her hand back. But then, something shifted in the distance. A faint glow, like a distant star, appeared in the black expanse. It pulsed, soft and rhythmic, and as Lena's eyes fixed on it, she felt an overwhelming compulsion to move toward it. It was the only thing in this vast emptiness that felt real, that felt alive. Against every instinct that screamed at her to run, she moved toward the light. The more she moved, the more the void seemed to close in around her, the air becoming heavier with each step, until it felt like she was swimming through it. The pulsing light grew brighter as she drew closer, casting eerie shadows that twisted and wreathed in the corners of her vision. It was disorienting, like she was losing her grip on reality. Then she reached it. The light was coming from a small, floating orb, its surface flickering like a candle flame caught in a breeze. It hovered just inches from her face, casting strange, distorted reflections in the void around her. And that's when she saw it. The reflection wasn't just of her. It was of something else, something other, something dark and twisted. She could see the faint outline of a figure in the reflection, the man. His face was partially obscured by shadows, but his eyes were visible. Hollow, empty. "Come closer, Lena." The voice came again, but this time it was different. It was no longer just a whisper. It was a command, a forceful compulsion that took root in her mind. She felt the pull, the urge to obey. The light flickered, growing brighter, more intense, until it was blinding. And then, just as she thought she could no longer bear it, it snapped away, leaving her standing in an entirely new place. The air was different here, colder, thinner, and there was a heavy silence that weighed down on her chest. Lena blinked, trying to orient herself in the new space. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, a place that felt both familiar and alien at the same time. It was a room, or something that resembled one. The walls were smooth, black stone, veined with silver that pulsed faintly, like veins of light. The floor beneath her feet was slick, like the surface of water, and as she looked down, she realized it wasn't solid. She was standing on a reflective surface. The reflection was not her own. There was a figure, standing in the center of the room. It was him again, the man who had vanished mid-sentence. But now, there was something different about him. Something darker. His face was no longer just a shadow. It was fully revealed now, gaunt, hollow, as if he were little more than a shell of the person he had once been. His skin was ashen, stretched tight over his bones, and his eyes were empty, like deep, bottomless pits that threatened to swallow her whole. The room seemed to pulse in time with the rhythm of his breathing, his presence filling the space with a suffocating weight. He was staring at her now, unblinking, his mouth moving as though he were speaking, but no sound came from his lips. Lena took a step back, her heart pounding in her chest. The air around her was growing colder, the silence heavier, more oppressive. And then, she felt it, a presence behind her, something creeping up, something following her. Spinning around, Lena's breath hitched. Another figure, a silhouette, just out of focus, standing at the far end of the room. It was a woman, her face hidden by shadow, but the same hollow, empty gaze was there, staring at her through the darkness. "You shouldn't have come." The woman's voice echoed, distorted and cold, cutting through the silence like a blade. Lena's eyes darted between the man and the woman, both of them locked in place, their gaze never leaving her. The floor beneath her feet trembled, and the walls began to close in, shifting as though they were alive, bending and warping around her. She turned again, trying to run, but the space around her seemed to stretch infinitely, the exit nowhere in sight. The woman's voice continued to echo in her mind. "They always come, and they always fall." Lena's breath quickened, her chest tightening as the shadows grew deeper. The figures closing in on her, their eyes hollow and relentless. There was nowhere to go. "Ben!" she screamed, her voice cracking, but the sound was swallowed by the void. Her body froze, and the world around her began to crumble, disintegrating into 1,000 pieces. The blackness encroached, the figures closing in on her, their whispers growing louder, more insistent. "Come closer." The voice reached her mind again, this time without words, only a feeling, an overwhelming compulsion that dragged her toward the darkness. And then, everything went black. Lena's eyes fluttered open, though she wasn't sure what she was seeing. The darkness pressed in on her from all sides, a thick, oppressive blackness that seemed to pulse with an unnatural rhythm. Her body was cold, numb, and it took her a few moments to realize she was lying flat on something hard and unyielding. The ground beneath her felt cold and rough, like stone, though she couldn't see it. She forced herself to sit up, her limbs aching, as though she had been frozen in place for an eternity. A low groan escaped her lips as her head swam, disoriented. The silence around her was deafening, but this time, it felt wrong. It wasn't the stillness of a peaceful void. It was the silence of something waiting, watching, as though the very air around her was holding its breath. "Ben," she whispered, but her voice was weak, barely audible. There was no answer. A sense of dread settled over her chest, tightening like a vice. She pushed herself up, stumbling as she rose to her feet, trying to make sense of the world around her. The blackness stretched out endlessly, and it was only then that she realized the space she was in wasn't just a void. It was something far worse. It was a labyrinth. The walls, jagged and uneven, rose up around her in irregular shapes, casting strange shadows that seemed to flicker and shift whenever she wasn't looking directly at them. The air smelled stale, as though it hadn't been disturbed in ages. Lena's heart raced as she backed up a few steps, her breath catching in her throat. "Where am I?" A sudden gust of cold wind swept through the labyrinth, and with it, the faintest whisper. A voice, unmistakable, though distorted. "Lena." Her breath caught in her throat. It was his voice. Ben's. The very thought of him filled her with both hope and terror. She needed to find him. She had to find him. With shaking hands, Lena reached into her pocket, pulling out her phone. But the screen was black, unresponsive. She tried again, pressing the power button, but it remained dead, no matter how many times she tried to turn it on. "Damn it!" she hissed, throwing it aside in frustration. She stood there for a moment, feeling the weight of the silence bearing down on her, and then, without another thought, began walking. She had no idea which direction to go, but the instinct to move to escape was overpowering. The labyrinth twisted around her as she walked, the walls closing in and expanding, changing with every step she took. The path ahead seemed to stretch on forever, and the further she walked, the more the feeling of being watched grew. A sound, a faint scraping, echoed through the hall like something moving in the shadows. Lena froze, every muscle tensing. She turned her head, but saw nothing. Her pulse quickened as she began to move faster, her footfalls echoing unnervingly through the narrow corridors of the maze. Then, another whisper. "Lena." It was closer now. The voice was unmistakable. Ben's. She rushed forward, the labyrinth seeming to twist and bend in impossible ways as she chased the sound of his voice, her breaths coming in ragged gasps. The walls shifted again, and for a brief moment, Lena thought she saw a figure ahead, standing in the dim light of the maze. "Ben," she called, her voice shaking. But there was no response. The figure didn't move, didn't even acknowledge her presence. It stood there, rigid, unmoving, like a statue. As she approached, the figure's outline became clearer, too clear, and yet still not enough. It wasn't Ben. It was someone else, someone unfamiliar. Their face was hidden beneath a cloak, the shadows draping over them like an old shroud. They seemed to watch her, but there was no recognition in their gaze, only cold emptiness. The air grew heavier as she moved closer, the space around her narrowing. The figure didn't speak, didn't move, but something in their stillness sent a chill down her spine. "Turn back." The voice rang through her mind, but it wasn't Ben's. It was different, darker, more malevolent. Lena's heart skipped a beat. She stepped backward, but the walls of the labyrinth seemed to shift again. Closing off the exit, she was trapped. The figure finally moved, slowly and deliberately. It reached out a hand, and Lena felt her body seize up, a paralyzing fear crawling up her spine. She couldn't look away. It wasn't just the figure itself. It was the feeling it invoked, the sense that this place was alive, that the maze was a living, breathing thing, and it was drawing her in. The figure's hand lingered in the air, and Lena felt a pressure building in her chest, a weight that made it hard to breathe. "Come closer," Lena. The voice again. The command. The pull. Lena's legs moved without her consent. Her body obeyed the voice, her feet shuffling forward, even though her mind screamed at her to stop. The closer she got to the figure, the colder the air became, the heavier the silence grew. Her hand was just inches away from the figure's, and as she touched it, the cold burned through her skin, deeper than any frostbite. The figure's eyes, hidden beneath the hood, seemed to glow, an unnatural light flickering in the depths. And then, the figure's lips moved, but not with sound. No words came from their mouth, but Lena felt the words, felt them inside her mind. You shouldn't have come. You shouldn't have followed the path. The labyrinth seemed to collapse in around her. The walls twisted, folding inward, pressing in on her from all sides. The figure's hand gripped hers with an unnatural strength, and Lena's vision blurred as she felt herself being pulled deeper into the maze. And then everything went black again. Lena awoke to a different sensation this time, one that felt distant and cold. The moment her eyes opened, she was greeted by the sound of distant drips. Water, perhaps, falling in slow succession, their rhythm unnervingly synchronized with the erratic beat of her heart. The temperature had dropped again, and the sharp chill seeped into her skin, making every movement feel sluggish and laborious. Her limbs were stiff, as though they had been lying motionless for hours, maybe longer. She tried to push herself upright, but her body felt like it was weighed down by invisible chains. The air around her was thick, and there was an odd hum, almost like the buzzing of old, forgotten machinery, echoing through the space. The walls seemed to pulse with life, shifting and breathing, as if they were alive, feeding on the fear and confusion that radiated from Lena. Ben, she whispered hoarsely, her voice trembling as she pushed against the cold stone floor. No answer. Just the incessant dripping sound. Lena blinked, her eyes struggling to adjust to the dim light that surrounded her. For a brief, terrifying moment, she thought she was back in the labyrinth, but then she realized. This place was different. There were no jagged walls here, no maze twisting in impossible directions. Instead, the space felt confined. A small, cramped room with walls made of rough stone. The atmosphere was damp, musty, as though it hadn't been disturbed in centuries. The air smelled of decay, and her skin prickled with the feeling that she was not alone. She stood up, her knees weak as she did, her breath catching in her throat as she surveyed the surroundings. In front of her, a large, ornate wooden door stood half open, its hinges creaking as if protesting every slight movement. Beyond it, there was nothing but an endless expanse of darkness, the kind of darkness that swallowed everything, threatening to erase any hint of hope. Lena swallowed hard. The thought of moving forward was terrifying, but she had no choice. She had to find him. Ben. The echo of his name seemed to bounce off the walls, growing louder with each repetition. She staggered toward the door, but the moment her hand touched the handle, a surge of electricity shot through her body. She jerked back, the force of it nearly knocking her off her feet. What the hell? She gasped, her pulse quickening. Her hand instinctively reached for her pocket, but the phone was gone. She hadn't even realized she'd lost it until now. The absence of it sinking in like a lead weight. The door in front of her creaked again, as though beckoning her to enter, but something was wrong. Something was lurking just beyond her vision, watching, waiting. The shadows seemed to stretch and warp as if alive, as if they were feeding on her hesitation. And then, something moved. A shape emerging from the darkened corner of the room. Lena froze, her breath catching in her throat. The figure that emerged was tall, shrouded in a black cloak, their face obscured by a hood. For a moment, she thought it was the same figure she had encountered before in the labyrinth, but something felt different about this one. This one felt familiar. "Who are you?" Lena demanded, her voice shaky, but growing stronger with each word. The figure didn't respond. Instead, they slowly extended their hand toward her. The gesture was deliberate, unnerving, like they knew exactly how she would react. Lena took a step back, her heart racing. Her instinct screamed at her to run, but her feet were frozen in place. She couldn't move, couldn't look away from the figure's outstretched hand. "Come closer." The voice was the same as before, but this time it was clearer, closer. And this time it was not just a voice. It was a memory. "Lena?" she gasped, her breath catching in her throat. The voice was unmistakable now. It wasn't the figure's voice. It was Ben's. She was sure of it. But why was he here? Why was he calling her? Lena started, her words faltering as she took a shaky step forward. The closer she got to the figure, the more the room seemed to change. The walls seemed to recede, stretching into a cavernous void. The darkness began to dissipate, replaced by flickering candlelight. The figure's hand was now inches from her own, and as she reached out to touch it, a sharp pain shot through her chest. A burning sensation, as though something inside her was trying to tear free. She screamed, the sound echoing in the vast emptiness of the room. But no one answered. Only the figure's cold, motionless gaze remained, watching her with those unblinking eyes. Then, the world around her began to shift again, this time in a violent, twisting motion. The walls began to warp, and the room stretched and bent, as though reality itself was breaking down. Her head spun, the dizziness making it hard to keep her balance. Lena stumbled backward, her legs giving way beneath her, and before she knew it, the floor gave way entirely. She fell, falling faster and faster, through an endless black void. The falling sensation was dizzying. Lena's heart raced as she plunged through the darkness, the space around her stretching endlessly. There was no light, no ground to break her fall. The air rushed past her in a cold, unrelenting wind, and for a moment, she felt as though she was completely alone, completely disconnected from reality. What is happening? She thought frantically. Where am I? The silence of the fall was oppressive, almost suffocating. There was no sound, no whisper of wind or groan of the earth beneath her. Just the sensation of endless descent, like being trapped in a void with no beginning and no end. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the sensation of falling stopped. Lena gasped, her lungs desperate for air, though she couldn't quite tell whether she was breathing. Her eyes snapped open, and she found herself lying on the cold, uneven surface of what seemed like stone. She blinked rapidly, trying to adjust to the darkness around her, but nothing seemed to make sense. It was as though she had landed in a completely different world. No longer inside the maze, nor in the stone room she had been in moments before. It felt like she was elsewhere, somewhere that defied all logic and reason. Her head throbbed painfully, and she instinctively reached up to press a hand to her forehead. She winced as her fingers brushed against a sticky warmth, a cut, perhaps. She couldn't tell how deep it was, but it stung nonetheless. Pushing herself into a sitting position, she looked around, her eyes straining to make out any details in the overwhelming darkness. The air was thick with an odd, metallic scent, almost like blood. It was suffocating, and her breathing grew more labored as she tried to get her bearings. Where was she? And why did everything feel so wrong? There was no sign of the figure. No sign of the black cloak or the hand that had reached out to her. Instead, all she could see were jagged shapes rising from the ground in the distance. Twisted spires that seemed to claw at the sky, their outlines barely visible in the faint light that flickered from somewhere far off. She stood shakily, her legs unsteady beneath her. The ground beneath her feet was uneven, cracked, as though it had been shattered by some catastrophic event. The atmosphere was heavy, almost oppressive, and a sense of dread crawled up her spine. She had to find Ben. She had to figure out where she was and how to get out of this place. Her thoughts were interrupted by a distant sound. A faint, rhythmic thumping. It was far off, but it was enough to send a shiver down her spine. Someone else is here. Lena hesitated. The sound was growing louder now, coming closer. It was like footsteps, but somehow wrong. The rhythmic pulse had an unnatural quality to it, as though the very act of walking had been twisted into something darker. And then, without warning, a figure emerged from the darkness. Lena's breath caught in her throat. The figure was tall and gaunt, draped in tattered robes that seemed to ripple with the darkness around them. Their face was obscured by a hood, but Lena could sense the coldness in their gaze, the hollow emptiness behind the fabric that concealed their features. The figure didn't speak, but Lena could feel their presence like a weight pressing down on her chest. Their eyes, she knew somehow, were watching her, studying her every movement. "Who are you?" Lena asked, her voice trembling. She was barely able to control the fear surging within her. But despite the terror that gripped her, something inside her compelled her to stand her ground. The figure didn't answer immediately. Instead, they took a slow step forward, their feet making a faint, unsettling tapping sound on the stone beneath them. As they approached, the air around Lena seemed to grow colder, and her body began to shake involuntarily. "You shouldn't have come here," the figure said, their voice barely a whisper, yet it resonated deeply in her chest. Lena felt a chill crawl up her spine. It wasn't the words themselves that terrified her. It was the tone, the unsettling finality behind them, the certainty in their voice. "This place, it was never meant for you." Lena opened her mouth to respond, but no words came out. The figure raised a hand as if to silence her, and Lena's throat closed. Her body went stiff, a frozen sensation spreading from her chest to the tips of her fingers and toes. "Ben," she whispered desperately. "I'm looking for Ben. Do you know where he is?" For a moment, the figure remained silent, their presence like a shadow hanging over her. Then, slowly, they took another step closer, their face still hidden beneath the hood. "Ben is not here." The words pierced through her like a blade. Lena staggered back, her mind racing. "Not here. Where was he then?" What do you mean?" she stammered, her voice barely audible in the cold air. "Where is he? I need to find him." The figure's head tilted slightly to the side, almost as if they were studying her, weighing her words. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, they pointed to the distance. Lena's heart skipped a beat as she followed their gesture. In the distance, beyond the twisted spires and broken ground, a faint light flickered. It was small at first, but it grew larger with each passing second, as if something, or someone, was approaching. The closer it came, the more Lena could feel an odd, electric pull toward it. What's that?" Lena asked, her voice trembling. The figure didn't answer immediately. Instead, they simply stepped back, their form melting into the shadows once again. "Go to the light," the figure intoned. "But remember, not everything that glows is safe to touch." Lena stood frozen, the weight of the figure's warning heavy on her chest. The light in the distance continued to grow. Brighter now, and despite the figure's ominous words, Lena felt an undeniable pull toward it. With a final glance at the spot where the figure had disappeared, Lena took a deep breath and began to move toward the light, her steps slow and uncertain. She didn't know what awaited her, but she couldn't stop now. She had to find Ben. Lena's footsteps echoed in the stillness as she made her way toward the glowing light in the distance. Every step felt like an eternity, the ground beneath her shifting and unstable, as though the very earth was alive, breathing beneath her. She could feel the cold air biting at her skin, but her determination pushed her forward. The light grew brighter with each passing moment, casting long, distorted shadows on the cracked stone. It wasn't a warm, comforting light like sunlight. It was harsh, almost clinical in its brightness, and the closer she got, the more it began to disorient her. What is this place? She thought. Where are the walls? Where is everything? The surroundings had grown even more unnatural since the moment she landed. The jagged spires of stone rose, like broken teeth from the ground, some impossibly tall, their tips lost in the darkness above. There was no sky, no sun, no horizon, just an endless, suffocating void. Her heart thudded in her chest, and she couldn't shake the feeling that the very air around her was watching, waiting. The figure, the one cloaked in tattered robes, had warned her about the light, and for the first time, the warning felt real, but she couldn't stop. Ben, she reminded herself. I have to find him. I have to know what happened to him. The light was close now, so close that she could almost reach out and touch it. Her hand trembled as she extended it, drawn by some invisible force. But then a sudden sharp sound made her stop. It was a low hum, almost imperceptible at first, like the sound of distant machinery. But it grew louder with each passing second, as if the ground itself was vibrating. The light before her flickered and pulsed, as though responding to the hum. Lena took a cautious step back, her breath quickening as her instincts screamed at her to turn around and run. But she couldn't. Something inside her told her that there was no escape from this place, no way out unless she found whatever lay at the heart of the light. As if on cue, the humming sound intensified, and the light flared in front of her, blinding her for a split second. When her vision cleared, she found herself standing at the edge of a massive, swirling vortex. It wasn't a simple pool of light. It was a maelstrom, a vast, swirling rift in the very fabric of reality itself. The light shimmered, folding over itself like liquid, twisting and turning in ways that defied the laws of nature. It looked like something alive, something ancient and powerful, pulling at the edges of the void, threatening to consume everything around it. Lena staggered backward, her heart pounding in her chest. This is a portal, she thought, her mind struggling to comprehend what she was seeing. She had no idea how, but the moment she laid eyes on it, something deep inside her told her that this was the key to everything. The answer to the questions that had plagued her for so long. But what is it? Where does it lead? Before she could gather her thoughts, the figure appeared once again, emerging from the shadows like a wraith. Their presence was almost tangible now, a weight that pressed down on her chest. They stepped forward, their face still obscured beneath the hood, but this time, Lena could feel their eyes boring into her, studying her with an intensity that made her skin crawl. This is your choice, the figure said, their voice echoing strangely in the vast emptiness around them. Do you go forward, or do you turn back? Lena's throat tightened. The voice was both familiar and foreign, like a whisper from her past, something she had heard before but couldn't quite place. Her fingers twitched at her sides, her mind racing with thoughts of Ben, of the mysterious figures who had been guiding her, or perhaps controlling her, through this nightmare. I have to know, Lena said, her voice trembling but firm. I have to find Ben. The figure nodded slowly, as if they had expected her answer. Then, without another word, they stepped aside, gesturing toward the swirling light with a bony hand. Then you must walk through. Lena hesitated, her gaze flickering between the figure and the portal. She couldn't explain why, but she knew that this was the moment that would change everything. The pull of the light, the force of the vortex was undeniable. It beckoned to her, called to her with an intensity that she couldn't resist. With one final, shaky breath, Lena stepped forward. The moment her foot crossed the threshold, everything changed. The world around her seemed to collapse into itself, the air shifting and warping. She felt as though she was being torn apart, each cell of her body stretched beyond its limit. The light was blinding now, and, for a moment, Lena thought she would lose herself in it, swallowed whole by the strange, powerful force that had been drawing her in. But then, just as quickly as the sensation began, it stopped. Lena gasped for air, her body slamming into the ground with a sudden, painful thud. She rolled onto her back, her mind reeling. But when she opened her eyes, she realized that she wasn't in the same place anymore. She was outside. The air was cool, the sky dark and overcast, but there were no spires of stone, no endless darkness surrounding her. Instead, she found herself in the middle of a sprawling forest, the trees towering above her like ancient sentinels. The ground was soft beneath her, the smell of damp earth filling her nose. The sound of rustling leaves and distant birds filled the silence. It was almost peaceful. But the peace didn't last. Lena's head snapped up as she heard movement nearby, footsteps crunching through the leaves. She turned toward the sound, her heart pounding. There, emerging from the shadows between the trees, was a figure. Not the figure from before, the cloaked one, but someone else. A man. Lena's breath caught in her throat as she recognized him immediately. It was Ben. Lena's pulse raced as she locked eyes with Ben. Her heart fluttered in her chest, a mix of disbelief and desperate hope crashing over her. The man standing before her, his face partially obscured by the shadow of his disheveled hair, was unmistakably Ben. He looked different, darker somehow, like the weight of this place had settled deep into his bones. His clothes were torn, his skin pale, and his eyes, those eyes were full of something Lena couldn't quite decipher. Ben, she called out, her voice hoarse, barely a whisper against the rustling of the leaves. Is it really you? Ben's gaze didn't waver. He didn't seem surprised by her presence, but there was a deep, hollow sadness in his eyes that made Lena's stomach churn. He took a step toward her, his movements slow, deliberate. Lena, he said, his voice thick and strained. You shouldn't have come. The words hit her like a physical blow, knocking the wind out of her. What do you mean? I've been looking for you. I don't understand. Where have you been? What happened to you? Her voice cracked, a mixture of relief and frustration bubbling to the surface. Why did you leave me? Ben paused, his eyes flickering toward the ground, as if the weight of her question was too much for him to bear. A long silence stretched between them, and Lena could feel the tension in the air, thick and oppressive. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something to happen. You don't know, he said finally, his voice barely a whisper. You don't know what this place is, what it's doing to us. Lena felt a chill crawl up her spine. What are you talking about? This place? It's the portal. We're on the other side. I had to come for you. No, Lena, Ben interrupted, his voice sharp now, tinged with a desperation that startled her. This place isn't just another side of reality. It's a prison. He took another step toward her, his eyes never leaving hers. A prison for people like us. For people who disappear. Lena's breath caught in her throat. Disappear. Ben nodded, his gaze distant. People who vanish. People who are erased from everything. Their memories, their lives. They don't exist anymore. Not here, not anywhere. This place, it takes you, makes you part of its web, and then it forgets you. It makes you fade. Lena's mind was spinning. But I saw you. I saw you vanish. Right in front of me. I heard you. You were talking to me, and then you were just gone. How did you? Ben closed his eyes, his face twisted with pain. It was the light. The same light that brought you here. It's not what it seems. It takes you. It changes you. His voice wavered as though the words were too heavy to speak. I tried to stop it, Lena. But I couldn't. Stop it? Lena echoed. What do you mean? How could you have stopped it? Ben opened his eyes, and for the first time, Lena saw a flicker of something unfamiliar in them. Fear, perhaps, or guilt. Because I wasn't supposed to leave. I wasn't supposed to vanish. It wasn't a choice. I was meant to stay here. Lena felt a lump form in her throat. Ben, I don't understand. Why were you meant to stay here? Why are you? Why are you like this? She stepped closer, her voice trembling with emotion. What happened to you? What do you need me to do? Ben reached out, his hand trembling, and grasped her arm. The contact sent a shiver through Lena, a strange coldness spreading from his touch. He held her firmly, almost desperately, as though he was afraid she might slip away again. You need to go back, Lena, he said, his voice breaking. You need to leave this place. It's the only way. If you stay here, if you cross that line, you'll become like me. You'll become part of the forgotten. Lena recoiled slightly, pulling her arm free from his grasp. No, I'm not leaving you again. I can't. I've come this far. I'm not going to turn back now. Her resolve was hardening, but beneath it, doubt gnawed at her. Ben's face twisted in anguish. Lena, listen to me! He pleaded, his voice rising. You don't understand. I'm not the same anymore. None of us are. This place changes you. It takes everything, your memories, your will. You'll forget who you are. You'll become part of the void. And when that happens, you'll never be able to leave. Lena felt a wave of nausea wash over her. I don't care what happens to me, she said, her voice steady despite the fear curling in her stomach. I just want you back. I want you to come home with me. Ben's eyes filled with unshed tears, and for a moment, Lena saw the man she had loved, the one who had disappeared so abruptly from her life. But that image was fleeting, swallowed up by the darkness that had claimed him. I wish I could come back, he said, his voice barely a whisper. But I can't. I'm already gone. This place doesn't let people leave. A tear slipped down Lena's cheek, but she wiped it away angrily. I don't believe you, she said, her voice rising in defiance. I don't believe you! We can figure this out. We can find a way back together. Ben shook his head slowly. You don't get it, Lena, he said, his voice rough. The light, the portal, it changes everything. It's not just a way back. It's an ending. Once you step through, once you cross it, you're lost. You're gone. And I can't let you become like me. I won't let you. Lena took a step back, her heart pounding in her chest. She had come all this way, through the darkness, through the uncertainty, and now, here he was, broken, lost, and begging her to leave. She didn't want to, but the truth of his words was sinking in. This place was more than just a crossing of worlds. It was a prison, a trap, and Ben was a prisoner in it. I don't know what to do, Lena whispered, her voice barely audible. She wanted to reach out, to comfort him, but there was nothing she could do. Ben's expression softened, the lines of grief and pain on his face deepening. You need to remember me, he said, his voice thick with emotion. You need to remember who I was. Don't forget me, Lena. Promise me you won't. I promise, Lena whispered, her heart breaking in two. And then, as though he were fading into the shadows, Ben turned and walked away, his figure dissolving into the forest before she could take another step toward him. The world around her seemed to freeze, and Lena was left standing alone in the silence, her promise echoing in her mind. Lena stood in the heart of the forest, her body frozen in place as Ben's figure disappeared into the shadows. She had promised him. She had promised she wouldn't forget. But how could she keep that promise when the world around her was beginning to unravel? The wind rustled through the trees, and for a moment, it felt like time itself had stopped. Her breathing was shallow, her chest tight with the weight of everything she had just learned. Ben had been right. This place wasn't just another dimension. It was a prison, and now it was clear he had become a part of it. She turned, her eyes scanning the dense, shifting forest around her. The air felt colder now, the shadows deeper, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to shift with every step. This wasn't a place that made sense. Nothing about it was real, and yet, it was all too real. Her mind raced as she tried to piece together the fragments of what Ben had told her. The light, the portal. The promise of returning, it all seemed to be leading somewhere. Somewhere she didn't want to go. With a tremble in her hands, Lena pulled out her phone. The screen flickered. The battery low from the hours of wandering through this nightmare. There was no signal, no way to contact anyone. She was truly alone here. Her thoughts drifted back to Ben, to the man she had once known. Had he really been changed by this place? Was he even still the person he had been? Her mind refused to accept the idea that the person standing before her had been a shadow of the man she loved. But then again, what was real here? Was any of it? Lena swallowed hard, forcing herself to focus. She couldn't afford to lose herself in grief and confusion. Ben had warned her to leave, but how could she leave without him? How could she walk away when she was so close to finding the truth? Her heart told her that she couldn't abandon him. Not when she had just found him again. The pull to follow the path he had disappeared down was almost unbearable. She felt herself moving before she even realized it, her legs carrying her deeper into the forest, further from the place where she had last seen Ben. It was as though the forest was guiding her, urging her to keep going. The trees twisted and groaned as though they were alive, and each step she took seemed to echo through the silence. Hours passed, or was it days? Time in this place seemed irrelevant, slipping through her fingers like water. The air grew colder, heavier. The further she traveled, the more disoriented she became. But she didn't stop. She couldn't. Finally, she reached a clearing, the trees opening up to reveal something that made her blood run cold. In the center of the clearing stood a massive stone structure, ancient and weathered by time. Its surface was covered in strange symbols that seemed to shift and change as Lena approached. The air around it buzzed with an unnatural energy, and the ground was cracked as if the earth itself was breaking apart. Lena's breath caught in her throat as she stepped closer, her feet sinking slightly into the earth with each movement. She could feel the pull of the structure, a magnetic force drawing her in, urging her to step closer, to uncover its secrets. As she reached the base of the structure, she noticed a large stone door at the front, its surface smooth and unyielding. The symbols around it glowed faintly, pulsing with an eerie light. Without thinking, Lena reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool stone. The moment her hand made contact, the door shuddered. The symbols flared to life, burning with an intense, blinding light. Lena gasped and stepped back, shielding her eyes, but it was too late. The light engulfed her, and she felt her body being pulled into the structure. Her heart raced as the world around her twisted, distorted, and she fell into darkness. Lena's eyes snapped open, and she gasped for air, her body jerking upright. She was no longer in the clearing. She wasn't even sure where she was. The room around her was dark, the only light coming from a faint, glowing symbol on the wall. She blinked, disoriented, and tried to steady her breath. The air was thick, heavy, and her skin crawled with a strange, tingling sensation. She looked around, her gaze flicking over the dark, unfamiliar space. The walls seemed to stretch upward endlessly, the space too vast for her to make sense of. For a moment, she wondered if she was still dreaming. But the sharpness of her senses, the cold, the tightness in her chest, told her that this was all too real. "Ben," she whispered, her voice shaking. There was no answer, only the sound of her own breathing and the soft echo of her words. She stood, unsteady, her legs weak from the disorienting shift. She had to focus. She had to keep moving. The symbol on the wall pulsed again, and Lena felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. She didn't know what it was, but she could sense that it was important. Whatever this place was, whatever it had to offer, it held the key to her next step. She moved forward cautiously, her footsteps barely making a sound on the cold stone floor. The light from the symbol flickered, illuminating the dark, cavernous space, and she could see now that it wasn't just a symbol. It was a door. A doorway, perhaps to something else, something beyond this strange, hollow room. Lena's heart hammered in her chest as she approached the door, her breath shallow. She reached out once more, her hand hovering just above the surface of the glowing symbol. It was warm, almost alive under her touch. She had to know what lay beyond. With a deep breath, Lena pressed her palm against the door. Lena's fingers trembled as they made contact with the glowing symbol on the stone door. The warmth radiated through her hand, a sensation both familiar and foreign at the same time. It felt like the pulse of the world itself, alive, waiting, and filled with the promise of something deeper, something hidden just beyond reach. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a low, rumbling groan, the stone beneath her hand began to shift. The air around her vibrated, a hum so deep it seemed to resonate in her very bones. The symbols on the door flared brightly for an instant before fading back to their dull glow, the door slowly creaking open. Lena didn't hesitate. She stepped forward as the massive door slid away, revealing a new realm, a vast expanse that seemed to stretch into infinity. There was no sky, no ground, only a swirling, misty expanse of darkness, broken by the occasional flicker of light. It felt like the space between moments, the place between breaths. Her heart pounded as she entered, crossing the threshold. As she did, the world around her seemed to shift, pulling her deeper into the unknown. She could feel the change in the air, a thickening, an oppressive weight settling around her. The sounds of the outside world disappeared, swallowed by the vast emptiness. "Ben," she called, her voice barely breaking the silence. The mist seemed to respond, curling around her ankles, tugging at her like a whisper in the wind. But there was no answer. Nothing but the oppressive quiet. Lena continued forward, her steps slow but deliberate, her eyes scanning the swirling void. She couldn't tell if she was walking on solid ground or floating in the endless dark. The sensation of drifting unnerved her, but she pressed on, her mind fixed on one thing: finding Ben. Whatever this place was, it held the answers. As she moved deeper, she felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a faint tugging at her mind, as though something was trying to make contact with her thoughts. Her pulse quickened. She reached out, trying to grab hold of whatever it was, but the feeling faded as quickly as it had come. Suddenly, the mist around her parted, revealing a figure standing in the distance. A figure she recognized. Ben. He stood motionless, his back to her, his form bathed in the eerie glow of the shifting light. For a moment, Lena felt her breath catch in her throat. She almost thought she had imagined him, that he had been a figment of her mind, a hallucination. But no, this was real. "Ben!" she shouted, her voice breaking the stillness. She rushed toward him, her legs moving faster now, the pull of his presence overwhelming her. She had to reach him, had to make sure he was okay, had to understand what had happened to him. But just as she was about to close the distance between them, Ben turned around. Lena stopped in her tracks, her heart dropping to her stomach. The man who stood before her was not Ben, not fully. His face was familiar, yes, but it was distorted, twisted. His eyes were empty, hollow voids, as though whatever had been inside him had been sucked out. His skin was ashen, his movements slow and jerky, like a marionette controlled by unseen strings. Lena recoiled, her breath catching in her throat. "Ben," she whispered, her voice a fragile echo of the hope that had once been so strong. "What happened to you?" The figure didn't respond. Instead, it stepped forward, its movements unnaturally stiff, the light around it flickering, as if it couldn't decide if it wanted to exist in this place. The figure's hand reached out toward her, its fingers elongated and brittle, like branches twisted by some unseen force. Lena's instincts screamed at her to run, but her feet wouldn't move. She was frozen, trapped by the sheer terror of seeing Ben in this state, if it was even him at all. As the figure drew closer, Lena felt a surge of cold flood her body. The air turned thick, heavier than it had been before, and the ground beneath her seemed to shift, undulating like water. The world around her was crumbling, and she was at the center of it. With each step the figure took, Lena's thoughts became more fragmented, her memories slipping through her fingers like sand. The once clear purpose of finding Ben, of saving him from whatever this place was, began to dissolve. No, she whispered to herself, shaking her head, trying to fight the pull of whatever was happening. I won't forget. I won't let go. I promise it. The figure reached out, its fingers brushing her arm. A jolt of cold coursed through her body, and in that moment, memories she didn't recognize flooded her mind. Faces she didn't know, places she'd never been, words that didn't belong to her. The images swirled around her, blending together in a dizzying dance of incomprehensible thoughts and feelings. For a moment, she thought she was going to collapse under the weight of it all. But then, through the storm of confusion, one thought emerged, cutting through the chaos like a knife. Ben, he was still there somewhere. The man before her, this thing, was not him. With renewed determination, Lena pushed the figure away, stumbling backward as she tried to clear her mind. The visions, the whispers, the cold, they all faded as she focused on the truth she knew deep in her heart. Ben was still out there. But where? As if in response to her thoughts, the mist shifted again, parting to reveal a different scene. A memory. It was a scene from before. The forest. Ben's voice. His last words. I'll find a way to return, he had said. Promise me, Lena. Promise me you won't forget. Lena's heart pounded as she realized what she had to do. This was the key. The memory, the promise. She couldn't let herself forget, no matter how this place tried to twist her mind. She turned and began running, not away from the figure, but toward the mist, toward the unknown. She couldn't stop now. She wouldn't let herself be consumed by the dark. Lena's breath came in sharp gasps as she sprinted through the mist, the flickering light bare illuminating the path ahead of her. The air was thick with a palpable sense of danger, a weight pressing down on her chest, making every movement feel like she was trudging through wet cement. But she didn't dare stop. She couldn't. Ben's promise echoed in her mind, louder than the suffocating silence around her. Promise me you won't forget. The memory of his voice was a lifeline, a thread that connected her to the world she had left behind, a world that now seemed distant, unreal. The pull of this place, this strange realm, was strong, and for a moment, she had been afraid it would swallow her whole. But she fought against it, against the overwhelming pull of uncertainty and fear. She had to stay focused, stay true to the promise she had made. The mist thickened, swirling around her, but Lena pushed on, the sound of her feet slapping against the ground echoing in the void. She didn't know where she was going, but she knew she had to keep moving forward. It was the only option. There was no turning back now. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet shifted, a subtle change that caught her off guard. She stumbled, barely managing to keep her balance, and looked down. The mist had parted slightly, revealing a faint glow emanating from the floor. It was faint, but it was enough to light her way. Without thinking, Lena followed the glow, her steps more cautious now. She was no longer running blindly. She was seeking something, anything, that would lead her to the answers she desperately needed. To Ben. As she walked, the mist seemed to pull away, like the world itself was shifting around her. The once oppressive darkness began to retreat, revealing more of the strange landscape she had found herself in. In the distance, she could see shapes, shadowy forms, moving, but they were too far away for her to make out any details. And then she saw it. A figure, Ben. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickened her pace, her breath catching in her throat. As she drew closer, the figure became clearer. It wasn't Ben. The person standing before her was tall, draped in a flowing robe of black, their face hidden beneath a hood. The figure stood motionless, their back turned to her, as though waiting for her arrival. Lena stopped several feet away, uncertainty creeping in once again. Who was this? And why did they seem so familiar, yet so utterly alien? "Who are you?" she called out, her voice trembling but firm. The figure remained silent, unmoving. For a long moment, there was only the sound of Lena's breathing, the occasional gust of wind, and the strange hum that seemed to vibrate through the very air. Finally, the figure turned. Slowly, deliberately, they rotated on the spot until their hooded face was visible. Lena gasped as she looked into the dark void beneath the hood. There was no face, only a swirling blackness that seemed to absorb the light around it, like a bottomless pit. "Why do you seek the truth?" A voice boomed, though it didn't come from the figure's mouth. It was a deep, resonating voice, as if coming from all around her. Vibrating in the very air, Lena's pulse raced, the question ringing in her mind. She swallowed hard, trying to steady her nerves. "I need to find Ben. I need to know what happened to him." "Please, I have to." The figure raised a hand, interrupting her. "Do you truly wish to know?" it asked, its voice echoing in her mind, drowning out everything else. "Are you prepared to face the truth, no matter the cost?" Lena hesitated, the weight of the question sinking into her bones. The air around her seemed to press in, thickening once again as the figure's presence grew heavier. She could feel the truth lurking just beyond the reach of her thoughts. But it was so distant, so elusive. It was terrifying. But she couldn't stop now, not when she was so close. "I have to know," Lena said, her voice low but resolute. "I promised him I would never forget." The figure's shadowy presence seemed to pulse, as if considering her words. Then it nodded slowly, the motion sending a shiver down Lena's spine. "Very well," it said, its voice carrying a strange, almost sorrowful tone. "The truth you seek is buried deep within this place. But be warned, child. It is not a truth you can simply grasp. It is a truth that will change you, reshape you, and force you to confront what you are truly made of." Lena stood her ground, her resolve unwavering. "I'm ready." The figure slowly lifted its hand, and with a soft, almost imperceptible gesture, the air around them shifted. The ground beneath Lena's feet trembled as the mist parted further, revealing a vast, cavernous space. The floor seemed to stretch out endlessly, broken only by the occasional flicker of light. "Follow the path," the figure instructed, its voice echoing in her mind once again. "It will lead you to the heart of this place. There, you will find what you seek." Lena nodded, though her stomach twisted with uncertainty. She wasn't sure what awaited her, but she couldn't stop now. Ben's words, his promise, rang in her ears. "I'll find a way to return." "Promise me, Lena." She turned and walked forward, her footsteps slow and deliberate, each one taking her further into the unknown. The mist began to swirl around her once more, and for a moment, she thought she might lose herself again. But she fought the feeling, pushing through the fog, keeping her focus on the path ahead. As she walked deeper into the cavern, the light dimmed further, but the faint glow of the floor beneath her feet kept her moving. It was almost like a beacon, leading her toward the unknown. What would she find at the end of this path? Was it the truth about Ben, or something far darker? Only time would tell. But for now, Lena would continue, step by step, into the heart of the mystery. The air grew colder as Lena ventured deeper into the cavern, the oppressive silence threatening to swallow her whole. Every step felt like it carried her further away from everything she had known. The glow beneath her feet flickered sporadically, casting long, eerie shadows against the jagged walls of the cavern. The sense of being watched never left her, the feeling of unseen eyes following her every move only made her more cautious, more aware of the strange world she had stepped into. She could hear nothing but the faint sound of her breathing, slow and measured, and the echo of her footsteps against the cold stone floor. It was as though the cavern itself was alive, breathing with her, shifting around her in subtle, almost imperceptible ways. Lena's mind raced with questions. What was this place? Where was Ben? And why had he vanished? The swirling darkness beneath the hooded figure's gaze seemed to suggest that the answers she sought were hidden in this place. Hidden deep within the very fabric of reality itself. But the more she thought about it, the more terrifying the truth became. She had known fear before, but this was something different. This was an ancient, primal fear. The kind that clung to the very air, twisting every thought, every instinct. She had promised Ben she would find him, but now, with each step she took deeper into the cavern, she wondered if she had made a mistake. What if the truth was worse than she could imagine? What if she wasn't ready for it? A soft sound broke her from her thoughts. It was faint, barely audible, but it was enough to make her stop. The sound was like a whisper, not from her own mind, but from somewhere deeper within the cavern. Lena froze, her heart pounding in her chest as she strained to listen. The whisper came again, clearer this time. It was a name. Ben. Lena's breath caught in her throat. The voice was unmistakable, but it wasn't his voice. It was distorted, fragmented, like a broken transmission. The name sounded hollow, empty, as if it were being spoken by something that wasn't quite alive, but not quite dead either. She took a step forward, drawn toward the sound, unable to resist. The whisper grew louder, and soon Lena was moving faster, her pulse quickening as the name echoed in the vast, cavernous space. Ben. She felt it in her bones now, the unmistakable pull of the voice, the weight of its presence. It was drawing her closer, compelling her to follow. With every step, the atmosphere thickened, the air growing heavier, more suffocating. The shadows seemed to shift and writhe, as if the very walls of the cavern were alive, aware of her presence. Lena's mind raced. Was this some kind of trap? Was this what the figure had warned her about? The truth was not just a revelation, it was a force, a presence, a living thing that could consume her. But she couldn't turn back now. She couldn't give up. Not when Ben's voice was so close, so tangible. She had to know. She had to understand what had happened to him. The whispering grew louder, more insistent. Ben. The name was becoming a chant, a mantra that filled the space around her, reverberating off the walls, drowning out her thoughts. It was no longer just a voice. It was a presence, a force that had taken on a life of its own. Lena pushed forward, her steps frantic now, as she followed the sound, her body shaking with fear and anticipation. The path ahead of her was shrouded in darkness, but the glowing light beneath her feet guided her forward, a steady reminder that she was not lost, not yet. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the whispering stopped. The silence was absolute, deafening. Lena's heart pounded in her chest as she stood in the stillness, unable to move, unsure of what had just happened. For a moment, she thought she might be alone again, trapped in this endless void. But then, from the shadows ahead, something began to stir. A figure emerged from the darkness slowly, deliberately. It was Ben. At least, it looked like him. His form was translucent, almost ethereal, as though he were made of smoke and shadows. His face was pale, his eyes hollow, as if drained of all life. His mouth moved, but no sound came from it. He reached out toward her, his hand trembling in the air, and Lena's breath caught in her throat. Ben, she whispered, her voice barely audible. He didn't answer. Instead, his eyes flickered with an emotion she couldn't read. Fear. Regret. There was something there, but it was fleeting, like a shadow passing through his form. The figure of Ben wavered, flickering in and out of existence, as though he were trapped between worlds. Lena stepped forward, her heart in her throat. Ben, please. What happened? Where did you go? His mouth moved again, but still, no sound emerged. Lena's mind raced, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. Was this really him? Was this some kind of illusion? She reached out, her fingers brushing against his translucent form. But it felt like she was touching smoke, her hand passing right through him. He took a step back, his eyes widening in what seemed like panic. His hand reached out to her once more, but this time it was as though he was pulling away, retreating into the shadows. "No!" Lena cried out, her voice desperate. "Don't leave me! Please, Ben."
I need you.
But the figure of Ben began to fade, his form dissolving into the darkness, like mist in the wind. His face twisted in a silent scream, and just as suddenly as he had appeared, he was gone. Lena stood there, her hands trembling at her sides, her heart sinking. The silence was deafening once more. She was alone again. But now, she was certain of one thing. Ben was not lost. He was trapped. The truth that the figure had warned her about was no longer just a distant concept. It was real. It was a force. And now, it was up to her to free him. The path ahead was unclear, but Lena had no choice. She had made a promise, and she would keep it no matter what it took. Lena's heart thundered in her chest as she stood in the cold, barren silence of the cavern. The faint glow beneath her feet was the only light in the oppressive darkness that surrounded her. The figure of Ben had vanished, but the eerie sense of his presence lingered in the air like a thick fog. It clung to her, suffocating, relentless, as if the cavern itself were alive and aware of her every movement. She couldn't breathe. The world around her felt like it was closing in, the walls of the cavern pressing in tighter with every passing second. The whispers that had once surrounded her, the name of Ben echoing through the air, had gone silent. But the feeling of being watched remained, more intense than ever. It was as if she were being drawn into something vast, something ancient, something that had been waiting for her all along. Her mind raced with the implications of what she had just witnessed. Ben, was he really here? Or had that been some twisted illusion? She had felt him. She had seen him, or at least something that resembled him. The despair in his eyes, the fear in his silent screams, they had been real. But was he trapped in this place, or had he truly vanished, swallowed by whatever darkness lay within the heart of the cavern? She couldn't shake the feeling that she was at the edge of something far greater than she could understand. Something beyond the physical realm, beyond time and space. It was as though the very fabric of reality was stretched thin here, and it was beginning to unravel. Lena took a deep breath, steadying herself. She couldn't lose hope now. She had come too far, endured too much. Ben needed her. And whatever this place was, she was going to face it head on. She had to find a way to bring him back. But the question was where to begin. The cavern stretched before her, a vast, yawning abyss that seemed to have no end. The walls, slick with moisture, were covered in ancient symbols that seemed to shift and writhe as she looked at them. The light beneath her feet flickered, casting long shadows that danced along the jagged walls. She could feel the weight of the cavern pressing in on her, the air thick with an oppressive energy. Lena's eyes narrowed as she scanned the symbols. They were familiar, in a way. She had seen similar markings in the books she had studied, ancient texts filled with warnings about dark forces, lost civilizations, and the boundaries between worlds. But none of it made sense. What did it all mean? And why had she been drawn here? She took another step forward, her boots crunching softly against the stone. The cavern seemed to shift, the air growing colder, more suffocating. It was as though the very ground beneath her was alive, pulsing with a strange, otherworldly energy. The shadows deepened as she moved, and the faintest trace of a low hum began to vibrate in the air, filling the space with a strange, unsettling sound. Lena's instincts screamed at her to turn back, but she couldn't. Not now. Not after everything she had seen. Ben was here. He had to be. And the answers she sought were waiting for her, Buried deep within this strange, twisted place, she continued forward. Her steps hesitant at first, but growing steadier as she pressed on. The humming grew louder, vibrating through her bones, resonating with the pulse of the cavern. It felt like she was walking through the very heart of something ancient, something powerful, something that had been here long before her and would likely remain long after she was gone. And then, without warning, the cavern opened up into a vast, empty space. The walls seemed to recede into the distance, and the floor beneath her feet vanished, leaving only an endless abyss. The air was thick with a heavy, suffocating darkness that pressed in on her from all sides. Lena's breath caught in her throat. This was no ordinary cavern. This was a place that defied the laws of nature, a place that existed outside the boundaries of the world she knew. It was as if she had stepped into the void itself, a space that existed between realms, between life and death. And in the center of that void, suspended in mid-air, was a shape. It was hard to make out at first, but as Lena's eyes adjusted to the dim light, she could see it more clearly. It was a figure, a shadowy silhouette that seemed to shift and warp with the very fabric of the void around it. The figure was standing, or perhaps floating, its shape constantly flickering between solid and intangible. It was neither fully human nor fully something else. It was something in between. Lena's heart skipped a beat as she realized what it was. The figure in the center of the void was the same one she had seen before. The hooded figure that had warned her of the truth. But this time, it wasn't speaking in riddles. This time, it was showing her the truth directly. The figure reached out with a hand, its long, ethereal fingers beckoning her closer. Lena hesitated, unsure of what to do, but something within her urged her to move forward, to step into the abyss and face whatever lay ahead. With a deep breath, Lena took a step toward the figure. The ground beneath her feet shifted, and the very air around her seemed to crackle with energy. As she moved closer, the figure's face became clearer, though it was still shrouded in darkness. It was as though the figure had no face, only a void where its features should have been. Lena reached out tentatively, her fingers trembling as she drew closer to the figure's outstretched hand. But before she could make contact, the figure spoke, its voice like a low, haunting whisper that echoed through the void. "You seek the truth, Lena," it said, its voice both soothing and terrifying. "But the truth is not what you expect. It is not a simple answer, nor a single revelation. The truth is complex. It is woven into the very fabric of this place, into the space between worlds. And it is a truth that cannot be unlearned." Lena's throat tightened, but she forced herself to speak. "What happened to Ben? Where is he?" The figure tilted its head, its movements slow and deliberate. "Ben is here," it replied, its voice reverberating through the void. "But not in the way you think. He is a part of this place, just as you are now. The boundaries between your world and this one have blurred, and in this space nothing is as it seems. You cannot bring him back, Lena. Not in the way you hope." Lena's stomach dropped as the figure's words sank in. She had come so far, faced so many horrors, and now she was being told that everything she had believed was a lie. Ben trapped in this place. Forever. But the figure's words weren't finished. "The truth is Ben has become part of the void. Just as you will, if you continue down this path. The world you know is nothing more than a thin veil, a fragile illusion. To cross over, to truly understand, you must let go of everything you thought you knew. Your past, your future, everything." Lena's mind raced. Let go of everything. She could never do that. She couldn't lose herself, not when she was so close to understanding what had happened to Ben. But the figure's words rang in her ears, an undeniable truth that she couldn't ignore. Whatever this place was, whatever it had done to Ben, it was pulling her in, and there was no turning back. Lena took another step forward, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Lena stood at the precipice, her mind swirling in a chaotic storm of thoughts. The void before her seemed to stretch infinitely, its edges impossible to define. The figure, this strange, otherworldly being, hovered just beyond her reach, its presence both a warning and an invitation. The words it had spoken to her echoed in the cavern, reverberating off the walls, each syllable like a hammer striking her consciousness. She wanted to scream, to cry out for Ben, to demand answers, but the words caught in her throat. The more she thought about them, the more they twisted in her mind. Ben has become part of this place, the figure had said. It made no sense. She could feel him, his essence, his spirit, still trapped somewhere within this cavern. His disappearance, his sudden vanishing mid-sentence, could not have been the end. There had to be a way out. She wouldn't give up. Not now. The void around her hummed, a low, unsettling sound that seemed to vibrate with power, pulling at her very being. The figure's presence was overwhelming, its energy pressing down on her from all sides. It felt as though it were feeding off her fear, growing stronger with every passing second. But even with the terror gripping her chest, Lena refused to retreat. She could not, would not, leave without answers. You said the truth is complex, she called out to the figure, her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her insides. Then show me. Show me what I need to know. The figure's form flickered like a distortion in the air itself, before its voice boomed back, deep and unyielding. The truth you seek is not something that can be handed to you. You must walk through it, face it, experience it for yourself. Only then will you understand. Lena's breath hitched. What do you mean? What is this place? She demanded. And why is Ben here? The figure's form rippled, a flicker of something akin to a smile passing across its faceless silhouette. This is the place between all things, between your world and the next. Here, the past, present, and future all converge. Time does not flow here as you know it. It is suspended, caught in the web of the void. Ben's soul was not stolen, nor is he lost. He is part of the very fabric of this existence now. He is both here and not here, a prisoner of time and space. The figure's words slithered into Lena's mind, winding their way around her thoughts, making it harder to think clearly. Part of her wanted to accept what the figure was saying, to give in to the overwhelming nature of this strange place and let go. But another part of her, the part that was determined to find Ben, to rescue him, refused to believe that this was all there was. There had to be a way. Is there a way out of here? She asked, her voice trembling slightly despite her best efforts to remain calm. The figure tilted its head, a slow, deliberate movement, like it was considering her question. There is always a way, it said, its voice a whisper that curled around her thoughts. But not all paths lead back to where you came from. The only way out is through. The truth will guide you, but it is not without a price. Lena's mind reeled. What did it mean by a price? What was she supposed to sacrifice to find the way out? She had already lost so much. Her family, her sense of safety, her own understanding of reality. How much more could she give before there was nothing left? With a shaking hand, she reached out toward the figure, as though her touch could unravel the mystery it held. But before her fingers could brush against the figure's ghostly form, the void seemed to pulse in response, and a sudden force pushed her back. She stumbled, barely catching herself as the ground beneath her feet seemed to shift, tilting and distorting. The figure's voice filled the air once again, but this time it was different, darker, more ominous. You are not yet ready, it said. There are things you must understand before you can leave, before you can find him. The choices you make here will define your fate, Lena. Not just yours, but the fate of those you love. Lena's heart raced. Was this a warning or a threat? She could feel the pressure mounting, the energy around her growing more oppressive by the second. Her vision blurred, and for a moment, she thought she saw Ben's face, fleeting and distorted, flickering in the shadows. He was there. She knew it. He was still here, trapped in this place. And she would do anything to free him. "I will find him," Lena said, her voice firm. "I won't let him stay here, no matter what it takes." The figure's form shifted again, becoming less distinct, more amorphous. It was like a shadow that couldn't decide whether to be solid or ethereal. "Very well," it said, its voice a mix of approval and something else, something almost like pity. "But remember, Lena, once you step into the void, there is no going back. The truth you seek will change you. It will tear at the fabric of your soul. Are you prepared to lose yourself in order to find him?" Lena stood still, her mind racing. She had already lost so much. What was one more piece of herself? She had come this far. She couldn't turn back now. She had to save Ben. She took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the decision settle over her like a shroud. "I'm ready." The figure seemed to pause, as if considering her words. Then, slowly, it extended a hand toward her, and Lena felt an unnatural pull in her chest. Her feet moved of their own accord, drawn toward the figure in the dark abyss that surrounded it. As she crossed the threshold into the void, the world around her blurred, twisting and warping, as the very fabric of reality seemed to tear at the seams. Time itself seemed to stretch and bend, as though she were moving through a place outside of time and space. The last thing she heard before everything went silent was the figure's voice, distant yet close, whispering one final warning. "Remember, Lena, the truth you seek is the one thing that can never be undone. Are you truly ready to face it?" And then, nothing. Lena's body felt weightless as she was drawn deeper into the void. The world around her fractured, splintering into shards of broken reality. Colors bled into each other like a painting left out in the rain, and the air itself seemed to distort, warping as if it couldn't decide whether it should be hot or cold, dense or thin. There were no sounds here. No wind, no whispers, no footsteps. Just the heavy, all-encompassing silence. Her heart beat in her ears, a sharp, rhythmic thudding that seemed to echo through the nothingness. She had no sense of up or down, no anchor to reality. It was as though she had fallen into a dream where everything, including herself, was suspended in an endless moment. She couldn't tell if time had stopped or if it was merely bending, folding in on itself. She reached out instinctively, as though trying to grab onto something solid, but her fingers brushed against air. Thin, empty space. And then it happened. The darkness around her shifted, not in the way that shadows move, but in a far more disorienting manner. The air itself parted, like a curtain being pulled back, and a sudden rush of images flooded her vision. They were flashes, disjointed memories, distant fragments of conversations, moments in time that had never happened yet felt strangely familiar. Her mother's voice, soft and comforting, saying her name in a tone she hadn't heard in years. Ben laughing softly, a sound she'd almost forgotten, followed by the harsh echo of a door slamming. A field of flowers, with a single dark figure standing in the middle, staring out at her. "Ben," she whispered, her voice barely a sound, lost in the chaotic swirl of images. The visions faded, replaced by a single, clear image, a figure standing before her, no longer shadowed, but solid and real. Ben. His face was pale, his expression distant, as though he didn't recognize her. He stood in front of a vast, endless expanse of nothing, just like the place she had just come from. "Ben." Lena whispered, her voice thick with emotion. He didn't respond. His lips moved, but the words didn't reach her ears. She felt the strangest sensation, as if she were outside of her own body, watching this moment unfold like a scene in a dream. She tried to call his name again, but this time, her voice was swallowed by the void, swallowed by the nothingness between them. Suddenly, Everything around her shifted again. The void collapsed, pulling her in every direction at once. Her body tensed as the sensation of falling overtook her, the feeling of freefall without any ground beneath her feet. She screamed, her voice now a raw, desperate cry, but there was no one to hear it. Just when it seemed as though the void would consume her entirely, the fall stopped. She landed, though she didn't know how or where. Lena's knees buckled beneath her, and she stumbled forward, catching herself just before she fell. Her eyes darted around the new space she had entered. It was any room. Not just any room, but a place that seemed to stretch far beyond the dimensions of reality itself. The walls were lined with old, dusty bookshelves, filled with unread books that seemed to pulse with strange energy. The air was thick with the scent of aged paper and something darker, something cold. It was a place of time and memory, not bound by any conventional rules. And there, standing in the middle of the room, was Ben. He was different now. He looked more solid, but the look in his eyes was vacant, as though the man she once knew was buried beneath layers of something else. She reached for him, but as she did, a cold, invisible force pushed her back. Her chest tightened, and she stumbled, gasping for air. It was as if the room itself was rejecting her, pushing her away from him. Ben. She whispered, her voice barely a breath. Please, come back to me. He didn't move. Desperation clawed at her throat as she stood frozen in place. Her gaze flickered across the room, and that's when she saw it. The table. In the far corner, partially obscured by shadows, stood an old wooden table covered with strange symbols, markings that looked almost familiar. She didn't know why, but something about them pulled at her, like an invisible thread connecting her to something deeper. Without thinking, she made her way toward it, her steps hesitant at first, but growing more sure as she neared. The closer she got, the more the symbols seemed to come alive, glowing faintly in the dim light. It was as if they were alive with history, with power, with knowledge that had been hidden from the world for centuries. She reached out, her fingers grazing the edge of the table. The moment she touched it, the room around her seemed to shudder. A deep, resonating hum filled the air, and the symbols began to shift, rearranging themselves like a puzzle that was just about to be solved. The ground beneath her feet quaked, and she felt herself being pulled toward the center of the room. She tried to resist, but her body moved of its own accord, as though some unseen force had claimed her. Ben's figure flickered, and for a brief, heartbreaking moment, she thought she saw him smile at her. A fleeting, bittersweet glimpse of the man she had loved. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the movement stopped. She was once again standing alone in the middle of the room, with no sign of Ben, no trace of the reality she had just witnessed. The room was silent again, as if it had never been disturbed. But something had changed. In the center of the table, amidst the swirling symbols, was a single item, a key. Lena's hand moved on its own, reaching toward the key. She felt its weight in her palm as she held it up, her fingers trembling. There was no turning back now. The key in her hand was the answer to everything. It was the way forward, the key to unlocking the mystery of Ben's disappearance. But what would happen when she used it? The room seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for her to make the decision that would change everything. Lena's fingers curled tightly around the key, its cold metal biting into her skin. It was small, unassuming, yet it pulsed with an energy that vibrated through her hand, coursing up her arm and settling deep within her chest. The sensation was like nothing she had ever felt before. Raw, ancient, and profound. It felt as though the key was not just an object, but a piece of something far greater, something that could unravel the very fabric of reality itself. She stared at it for a moment longer, her thoughts racing. What did it unlock? Where did it lead? Why was it in this place, hidden among the symbols that had just started to rearrange themselves. She didn't know, but she could feel that there was no going back now. The key was hers to wield, whether she understood its purpose or not. A soft whisper echoed in her mind, a voice faint but unmistakable. The door is waiting for you. The answer lies beyond. Lena's breath hitched. Was that Ben? Was it his voice? But the whisper vanished as quickly as it had come, leaving behind only the strange hum that now filled the air. The room seemed to vibrate with an unseen power, the bookshelves trembling, the symbols on the table shifting and contorting as if they, too, were anticipating something. For a moment, she hesitated. What if she wasn't ready? What if the key led her down a path she couldn't return from? The thought of what might happen next sent a chill down her spine. But then, she looked back at the key, its surface reflecting the faint light in the room, and something inside her clicked. There was no more time for hesitation. Whatever this was, she had been chosen for it. She had been brought here for a reason. Lena took a deep breath, steeling herself, and approached the table. The symbols seemed to part for her, revealing a small indentation at the center. It was the perfect size for the key. With a steady hand, she placed the key into the indentation. The moment it made contact with the surface of the table, a shock wave of energy rippled through the room. The air became thick and charged, like static before a storm. The floor beneath her feet trembled, as if the room itself were waking up, coming alive with ancient, forgotten power. And then, the key turned. The sound that followed was like the creaking of an old door, being slowly pushed open after centuries of disuse. It was a low, grinding sound that reverberated in the pit of her stomach, making her skin crawl. Lena's heart pounded in her chest as the table shifted. The surface split open, revealing a dark, yawning void beneath it. The symbols on the table seemed to swirl, their glow intensifying, casting strange, dancing shadows across the room. For a moment, Lena simply stared down into the abyss. What lay beneath? What was this place? She had no answers, only an overwhelming sense that she had reached the point of no return. Before she could fully process the weight of the decision she was about to make, a voice filled the room. Lena. It was Ben's voice. Strong, familiar, but laced with a desperation she hadn't heard before. She looked up, and for the first time since she had entered this strange world, she saw him clearly. Ben stood at the edge of the table, his eyes wide with something between fear and hope. Ben, she cried out, her voice breaking. Where are we? What's happening? Please, tell me what's going on. Ben didn't move, his gaze locked on her as if he couldn't quite comprehend what he was seeing. You shouldn't have come here, he said, his voice barely above a whisper, as though speaking too loudly might break something in the very air around them. This place is not what you think it is. It's not just a door, it's a passage, Lena, a passage that should never be opened. Lena felt a surge of panic. But I don't understand! What is this place? What is happening to you? Why? Why can't I touch you? Why can't you speak to me like you used to? Ben's face twisted with an agonizing mixture of sadness and regret. Because you're not supposed to be here. You're not supposed to see me like this. A flicker of realization passed through her, but it was only half formed, too elusive for her to fully grasp. You're not here, are you? She whispered, her voice trembling. This isn't real. You're not real. This is just a memory. A part of you that's trapped here. Ben's face seemed to distort, flickering like a dying light. The realization hit her like a ton of bricks. Ben, her Ben, had been lost long ago. He had vanished mid-sentence, and now, this was something else. Something that wasn't truly him. You're right, he said, his voice becoming more distant, more fragmented. I'm not here, Lena. I never was. Not anymore. Not in the way you think. Lena felt her knees go weak as the weight of his words crushed her chest. The Ben she had known, the one who had been her anchor, her constant in the chaos of life, he was gone. This was something else, something twisted, something caught between worlds, between life and death. No, she whispered, her voice breaking. No, this can't be true. You're here. You're with me. You. But Ben was already fading. His figure began to flicker and blur, his edges dissolving into the swirling darkness of the room. You must go, Lena. The door, it's closing. It's too late for me, but there's still time for you. Lena's heart twisted in agony. She reached out to him, her fingers grazing the air where he had been, but there was nothing left to grasp. The void was swallowing him up piece by piece, and with each passing second, he became less and less real. No, Lena cried, her voice desperate. Ben, please, come back. Don't leave me. But it was too late. With one final, silent glance, Ben was gone, and the room went silent. Lena stood in the now empty room, the silence enveloping her like a thick, suffocating blanket. The air felt colder than before, the oppressive stillness pressing in on her from all sides. The glowing symbols that had once danced with energy were now dark and lifeless, their glow dimming to nothingness. The key, still in her hand, seemed to hum with an eerie vibrancy, as though it had been waiting for something, for her next move. Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion and disbelief. Ben was gone. The Ben she had known, the Ben she had loved, had vanished into nothingness. What was left in his place was a haunting echo, a shadow of the man she had spent years with. The truth, if she could even call it that, was too overwhelming to comprehend. A part of her wanted to scream, to collapse in despair and let the sorrow consume her. But another part, a deeper, instinctual part, urged her to move forward. There was no time for mourning. There was something much greater at stake here, something beyond the loss of one person. The key in her hand seemed to pulse with urgency, as though it was waiting for her to unlock the next step in the journey. The table before her was still open, the dark void beneath it like a gaping mouth ready to swallow everything in its path. But she couldn't just jump into the unknown. Not without understanding, not without knowing what she was truly dealing with. She turned her attention to the walls of the room, her gaze lingering on the symbols that had once seemed so alien, so cryptic. Now, in the absence of Ben's presence, they seemed to shimmer faintly, their meaning beginning to take shape in the back of her mind. Words, fragments of phrases, began to coalesce in her thoughts, like an old puzzle slowly coming into focus. The whispers returned, faint but growing louder, as though the walls themselves were speaking to her. The key opens the door to everything, but nothing comes without a price. What you seek, Lena, is not what you think it is, and what you find may be worse than you could ever imagine. The warning echoed in her mind, but it was too late. She had already made her choice. She had already crossed the point of no return. There was no going back now. Not after everything she had witnessed. Not after everything she had lost. The only way forward was through the darkness. Taking a deep breath, Lena stepped toward the gaping hole in the table, the edges of which shimmered like liquid glass, rippling with an unnatural light. The symbols that had once been static now seemed to move, shifting in response to her presence. She could feel them watching her, assessing her, waiting for her next action. She hesitated for just a moment longer, her heart racing in her chest. Was she truly ready for this? Could she face whatever lay beyond that dark portal? She thought of Ben, of all the years they had spent together, and of how his absence now felt like a piece of her had been torn away. But there was no time for hesitation, no time for second guessing. With one final, steadying breath, she lowered the key toward the void. The moment the key touched the edge of the dark opening, the air around her seemed to explode with a violent force. A deafening roar filled her ears, like the sound of 1,000 storms colliding at once. The room around her seemed to collapse inward, twisting and warping as though reality itself was bending under the pressure. For a fleeting moment, Lena thought she saw Ben's face again, just a flash of him, a brief glimpse of the man she had once known. But the image flickered and disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, leaving only darkness in its wake. And then, without warning, the world around her shattered. The sensation was indescribable. One moment she was standing in the room, key in hand, and the next she was falling, plummeting into an endless abyss. The floor beneath her vanished. The walls dissolved into nothingness, and the very air seemed to split apart. There was no sound, no sense of time. It was as if she had been torn from one reality and thrust into another, one where nothing made sense, where the rules no longer applied. Lena's stomach lurched as the sensation of falling intensified, but she couldn't focus on that. She couldn't focus on anything except the overwhelming pressure that was building around her, pushing in on her from all sides. The darkness was alive, a force that seemed to hunger for her, pulling at her very soul. In the distance, she saw a light. It was faint, distant, like a star in a vast, empty sky. It beckoned to her, and though she had no idea what it was, Lena found herself reaching for it, drawn to it as if by some invisible force. The fall slowed, and she felt her feet touch something solid. The sensation was immediate, the floor beneath her feet firm and unyielding, but she didn't dare open her eyes. She was afraid of what she might see, of what awaited her in this strange, in-between space. The only thing she knew for certain was that she was no longer in the room she had left behind. She had crossed over, entered into a place beyond understanding, a place where the boundaries of reality no longer held sway. She could feel the presence of something in the air, something ancient, something older than time itself. It surrounded her, its power suffocating, pressing in on her from all sides. Lena finally opened her eyes, the light around her blinding for a moment, until it slowly faded into focus. The world she had entered was unlike anything she had ever seen before. It was a vast, endless void, stretching in every direction. There was no sky, no ground, no stars. Just an endless expanse of nothingness, broken only by a single figure standing in the distance. The figure was cloaked in shadow, its form indistinct, like a wisp of smoke in the wind. But Lena knew, deep down, that this was no ordinary being. This was something far greater, far older, than anything she could comprehend. And it was waiting for her. Lena stood frozen, her feet planted firmly on the cold, unseen surface beneath her. The figure in the distance was no longer a mere shadow, but a presence, vast and oppressive, as if the very air around it was imbued with a power that defied reason. Every instinct in her body screamed at her to turn back, to flee from whatever was watching her from the abyss, but her legs remained motionless, as if held in place by invisible chains. The figure's outline shimmered in the emptiness, its shape constantly shifting like a mirage, never fully revealing itself. Its presence radiated a strange sense of calmness mixed with an unmistakable coldness. It wasn't threatening in the traditional sense, but it exuded an aura that made her feel as though she were standing before something ancient, something far beyond her understanding. The silence between them stretched out, thick and suffocating. Lena opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. She didn't know what to say. What could she say to something like this? To something that felt like it had been waiting for her, waiting for this very moment to unfold. And then, without warning, the figure moved. It did not walk or float, but its presence simply grew closer, as though the space between them had been torn away in an instant. Lena's breath hitched in her chest, her heart pounding in her ears. The being was not bound by the laws of space or time. It was everywhere at once and nowhere at all. When it spoke, the voice that emerged from the figure was not one of sound. It was a vibration, a presence in her mind, as if it were communicating directly with the deepest part of her consciousness. The words were not spoken in any language Lena knew, but somehow she understood them. "You are here, Lena?" The voice was both gentle and chilling, like a whisper from the void itself. It held no malice, but there was a weight to it, an undeniable gravity. Lena felt its force deep within her, shaking her very core. "You have crossed the threshold. You have chosen to see what lies beyond the veil. What you seek is not what it seems, but still, you must choose." Lena swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she managed to speak for the first time. "Choose?" she asked, her words feeling weak in the face of such immense power. "What do you mean? What is this place? And who? What are you?" The figure's form flickered. Like the shifting of clouds before a storm, it seemed to grow larger, its presence filling the entire void. "I am the Keeper of Shadows," it responded, its voice a quiet rumble. "I am the guardian of the space between realms, the watcher of those who wander too far from their path. You have entered the place where the boundaries of reality blur, where choices are not always as they seem. Here, Lena, you will find your answers, but you will also find your truth." Lena's mind raced. The Keeper of Shadows. She had heard whispers of such beings, ancient entities that existed outside the realms of normal time and space, tasked with guarding the knowledge of the forgotten and the unseen. But she hadn't believed in them. Could this being really be one of them? Was it truly as powerful as it seemed?
I don't understand.
Lena said, her voice gaining strength. "I'm just trying to find Ben. I need to know what happened to him. Please, I don't want to be here. I want to go back." "Ben is not what you think he is, Lena," the Keeper said, its voice darkening. "He is part of a greater story, one that you are already entangled in. The truth you seek lies not in the past, but in what is yet to come. Your journey has just begun." Lena felt a cold shiver run down her spine. She was beginning to understand, but the weight of it made her head spin. She thought of Ben, of the life they had shared, of the moments they had spent together. Could it really be true? Could he be part of something much larger than she had ever imagined? The Keeper's presence seemed to grow more intense, its power pressing against her chest, as if trying to force the answers out of her. "You must decide now, Lena," the Keeper continued. "You are at a crossroads. You can leave this place, return to the world you know, and forget everything you have learned here. Or you can stay and learn the full truth. But know this, the truth is not kind, and it will not be easy. There are things in this realm that no one is meant to understand. Are you ready to face them?" Lena's breath quickened. The weight of the decision crushed her. On one hand, she longed to escape, to return to the safety of the life she once knew. But on the other, something within her, something deep and primal, urged her to continue, to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. I don't know," she whispered, feeling the tears that had longed to come finally spill down her cheeks. "I don't know if I'm ready. I don't know if I can handle it." The Keeper's form shifted once more, its voice now gentle, almost sympathetic. "You do not need to be ready, Lena," it said. "None of us are. But that is the nature of truth. It does not wait for us to be prepared. It comes whether we are ready or not." Lena closed her eyes, trying to steady her breathing, to calm the storm inside her mind. She thought of Ben, of the love they had shared, and of the darkness that now surrounded her. She had to know. She had to find the answers. Whatever they were, whatever they meant. She opened her eyes and met the Keeper's gaze, her voice trembling but resolute. "I'm ready." The Keeper's shadowed form seemed to smile, though the expression was difficult to read. "Then you shall have it, Lena. The truth, as it always was. And it will change you, as it changes all who seek it." Before she could react, the world around her began to shift once again, the air vibrating with a strange energy. The shadows closed in on her, swirling and twisting until they consumed everything. In that moment, she felt a surge of energy coursing through her, a force that was both terrifying and exhilarating. And then, everything went dark. Lena awoke with a gasp, her body jolting upright as though pulled from the depths of an endless fall. She was no longer in the void, no longer face to face with the Keeper of Shadows. Instead, she found herself lying on the cold, stone floor of a room that felt familiar yet entirely wrong. The walls were ancient, covered in symbols she couldn't read, and the air was thick with a strange, acrid scent that made her stomach churn. She blinked several times, trying to clear the disorienting fog that clouded her mind. Her heart raced, and her skin was slick with sweat. She could still feel the lingering presence of the Keeper, as if it had never truly left her. The weight of its words pressed heavily against her chest. The truth is not kind. The thought echoed in her mind, sending a shiver through her spine. The room was small, with only a single narrow window letting in a dim, gray light. The stone walls seemed to close in on her, the darkness in the corners whispering like voices from forgotten corners of the world. But it wasn't just the room that felt wrong. It was everything. The very air itself seemed to pulse with a strange, unnatural energy. Lena took a slow, shaky breath and tried to stand, but her legs trembled beneath her. Weak from whatever force had torn her from the realm beyond, she reached out, her fingers brushing against the cold stone wall for support, and her gaze fell to the floor. That's when she saw it. The room was not empty. Scattered across the floor were symbols, drawn hastily in what looked like charcoal, each one pulsating with a faint, eerie glow. They were the same symbols she had seen in the visions before. The ones that seemed to haunt her thoughts. The ones that had appeared in the messages. The ones she couldn't quite understand. But now they were real. They were here, etched into the stone beneath her feet. Her breath caught in her throat as she looked closer, tracing the symbols with her eyes. Some of them seemed familiar, as though she had seen them in the depths of her dreams, but others were alien, strange, and unknowable. They twisted and shifted before her eyes, like they were alive, breathing in the darkness. Then, a movement caught her attention. She turned quickly, heart hammering, and found herself staring at a figure standing in the doorway. Ben. Her breath hitched, and for a moment, everything inside her stilled. He looked different. His once familiar face was now shadowed, his eyes empty and distant, as though something inside him had snapped. He didn't speak. He simply stood there, watching her, his presence as unnerving as it was familiar. Ben, she whispered, her voice trembling. Is it really you? He didn't respond. He just stared at her with those hollow eyes, his lips pressed together in a grim line. Lena felt a chill run through her, one that had nothing to do with the coldness of the room. Something was wrong. This wasn't the Ben she knew. This was something else. Something was different. She took a tentative step toward him, but as she did, he took a step back. His expression didn't change. The air between them thickened, and Lena felt the strange, suffocating pressure that had been building ever since she'd crossed over into this place intensify. She could feel it now, deep in her bones. This was not just a place. It was a trap, a snare meant to draw in those who sought the truth, to twist their desires and turn them into something far darker. Ben, please, she begged, her voice breaking. Talk to me. Tell me what happened. Where are we? What's going on? He didn't answer. Instead, he raised a hand, slowly, deliberately. Lena's heart raced, the blood pounding in her ears as she watched him. He motioned for her to follow him. Without thinking, she moved toward him, drawn by some force she couldn't explain. But as she stepped closer, she felt an overwhelming sense of dread. This wasn't right. Nothing was right. As if sensing her hesitation, Ben turned and walked away, his movements stiff and mechanical. The door creaked open as he passed through, and the darkness beyond seemed to reach out to her like fingers from a nightmare. Lena stood frozen, her body resisting the pull of the shadows, but her mind screamed at her to follow him. She couldn't let him go. Not again. Taking a deep breath, she forced her legs to move, pushing through the fog of fear and confusion that clouded her thoughts. She stepped through the doorway, her heart pounding in her chest, and found herself standing in another room, this one far larger than the one she had just left. The walls were covered in strange murals, each one depicting scenes of a world she couldn't recognize. Worlds within worlds, shifting timelines, endless cycles of life and death. The images seemed to pulse with a strange energy, as if they were alive, as if they were watching her. Ben was standing in the center of the room, facing a stone pedestal. On the pedestal was a small, ornate box. Its surface was covered in intricate designs, the same symbols that Lena had seen on the floor earlier. The box seemed to hum with energy, a low, vibrating sound that resonated in her chest. Ben reached out slowly, his fingers hovering just above the box, as if unsure whether to touch it. "Ben, no," Lena shouted, her voice filled with panic.
Don't! It's dangerous!
But he didn't react. His eyes remained fixed on the box, his expression unreadable. Lena's pulse quickened as she took another step forward, but this time, the ground beneath her shifted. The floor seemed to warp and twist, and the shadows grew thicker, reaching toward her like tendrils, pulling at her legs. She fought against it, trying to move, trying to call out to Ben, but the shadows were too strong. The world around her began to fragment, cracking like glass, pieces of reality splintering away, until there was nothing but darkness. "Ben," she screamed one last time, and then everything went black. Lena gasped as she awoke, her body jerking upright once more. Her mind was fogged with confusion, as if waking from a deep sleep, but her surroundings were unfamiliar, a far cry from the stone room and the oppressive weight of the symbols. This time, she found herself standing in a vast, empty space with no walls, no ceiling, just an endless stretch of nothing. The void. Her heart raced in her chest as she glanced around, trying to make sense of the situation. The darkness seemed to stretch on forever in every direction, an infinite blackness that swallowed all light. There was no sound, no sensation except for the rhythmic beating of her heart and the faintest whisper that seemed to echo from the farthest reaches of the void. The whispers. They were back. She could hear them, barely audible at first, like a breeze brushing against her skin, but as she concentrated, they grew louder. Unintelligible at first, the words began to form, twisted and distorted, like echoes of a broken reality. Lena. The sound of her name sent a jolt through her spine, and she spun around, her pulse hammering. But there was nothing. Nothing but the darkness. Lena. The voice came again, this time clearer, colder. It wasn't Ben's voice. It wasn't anyone she knew. The voice seemed to come from all around her, swirling in the void. And yet, it sounded familiar. The Keeper. Her breath hitched at the thought. Was this another test? Another layer to the nightmare that had been chasing her from the moment she had dared to uncover the truth. She took a step forward, her movements slow and cautious, the weight of the void pressing against her chest. Every step she took seemed to sink deeper into the emptiness, the blackness swallowing her whole. Then, a flicker of light. Lena turned toward it instinctively, her body tensing as the light grew stronger, expanding like a doorway opening in the darkness. She approached, every muscle in her body screaming to turn back, but something, some force, compelled her to move forward. As she neared the light, she could make out a shape within it. A figure, Ben. He was standing there, his back to her, his silhouette illuminated by the eerie light. His form was slightly blurred, as though he were made of smoke or shadows, his features indistinguishable. But she knew it was him. She could feel it in her bones. Ben. Her voice cracked as she spoke, the name hanging in the air like a desperate plea. She took another step toward him, her feet seeming to sink into the ground with each movement. He didn't respond. He didn't even acknowledge her presence. He just stood there, unmoving, staring into the light, the same hollow, vacant expression she had seen earlier etched across his face. It was as if he was no longer there, just an empty shell, a ghost. "No. Ben. Please talk to me," Lena whispered, her voice trembling. "We can get out of here. I know we can." But the figure remained silent, her heart twisted painfully in her chest. And for a moment she considered turning away. Perhaps it wasn't Ben at all. Perhaps it was just another illusion, another trick of the mind that the void had conjured to torment her. But something deep inside her told her to press on. She had to understand. She had to find the truth, even if it meant facing the darkest parts of herself. Lena reached out, her fingers trembling as they stretched toward Ben, but just as her hand was about to make contact, the figure shifted. It moved, almost imperceptibly at first, but then faster, turning toward her in a blur of shadow and light, and then it spoke. "Lena," the voice said again, but this time it wasn't the cold, distant tone she had heard before. It was her own voice. "You don't understand, do you?" Lena recoiled, her body tensing as the figure's gaze met hers. But it wasn't Ben. It wasn't even a reflection of her own self. It was something else. Something far darker. "You think you're here by accident, don't you?" The figure continued, its voice now mocking, as if it were toying with her. "But you've been here all along, you just didn't know it." Lena's mind reeled. She stumbled backward, confusion clouding her thoughts. What did it mean? How could she have been here all along? "No," she whispered, shaking her head in disbelief. "That's not possible. I was with Ben. I was searching for the truth. We were together." The figure chuckled, low and ominous, sending a chill crawling down Lena's spine. "Ben is gone, Lena," it said, its voice dripping with disdain. "You can't save him, and you can't save yourself either, not from what you've become." Lena's breath caught in her throat. She felt a cold sweat break out across her forehead, and she could feel the weight of the figure's words sinking into her skin, wrapping around her like chains. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, her eyes wide with fear. The figure stepped forward, its form solidifying before her, until it was no longer a shadow, but something flesh-like, a twisted version of herself. The reflection of her own face, but twisted and contorted with despair, the eyes hollow and lifeless. "You're lost," it said, its lips curling into a cruel smile. "All of this, it's part of you. The darkness, the void, the secrets you've uncovered, they've been inside you all along, and now, they've consumed you." Lena stumbled back, her heart racing. She could feel her legs giving out beneath her as the figure's words echoed in her mind, louder and louder, until they were all she could hear. "You don't belong in the world you knew," the figure continued. "You belong here, in the void. Forever." The room seemed to collapse around her as the figure's laugh filled the air, and Lena felt herself being pulled into the blackness once more, a darkness that threatened to consume her whole. And then, just as suddenly, everything stopped. She was falling again. But this time, it wasn't the crushing fall into darkness. This time, it was different. It was peaceful. It was as though she were floating in a sea of nothingness, weightless, free. For the first time since she had begun her journey, she felt calm. But even as the silence enveloped her, a thought lingered in the back of her mind. Was this the end? Or was it just another beginning? Lena floated in the void, the oppressive darkness gone, replaced by a strange sense of tranquility. She felt weightless, as if the very fabric of the universe had released its grip on her, allowing her to drift in an endless ocean of nothing. Her thoughts were calm now, a soothing silence wrapping around her like a blanket. It felt almost peaceful, but something nagged at the edge of her mind. A lingering sensation, like a whisper on the wind, tugging at her consciousness. It wasn't enough to break her calm, but it was enough to keep her tethered to the reality she had tried to escape. Ben. The thought came unbidden, and with it, the weight of her mission returned. She couldn't just drift here, could she? There was something unfinished, something she had to do. Ben had vanished. The keeper had warned her. There was more to this, more to her journey, that she had to understand. The silence around her deepened, growing more suffocating with each passing moment. It was as if the void was alive, aware of her hesitation. A sudden ripple, a wave of distortion, tore through the stillness, and in the blink of an eye, the peaceful emptiness shattered like fragile glass. Lena's heart lurched as she was yanked from her serene state, the sensation of falling crashing over her once more. The light that had briefly illuminated her surroundings disappeared, and the familiar weight of darkness returned, pressing down on her chest, suffocating her with its cold embrace. Her body jerked in the air, the invisible force that had been holding her now gone, replaced by an all-encompassing fear. She reached out, desperate for anything to hold on to, but found nothing. Just the endless abyss that stretched out before her. Her breath quickened as she felt the void pulling at her, dragging her deeper into its heart. Ben, she shouted, her voice echoing in the vastness, swallowed by the abyss. Where are you? There was no answer. The silence hung in the air, heavy and unyielding. Where was he? Lena's mind raced, trying to make sense of everything she had experienced. She had encountered the keeper, the twisted versions of herself, and the unexplainable forces that seemed to control this nightmare. And yet, she had never felt more alone than she did now. The faint whisper from before returned, this time louder, more insistent. It came from all around her, a voice that sounded familiar but distant, like it was coming from somewhere deep within herself. Lena, you're not meant to be here? The voice said, its tone cold and detached, as if speaking from an infinite distance. You don't belong in this place. None of you do. Her pulse quickened. The voice. It wasn't the keeper. It wasn't even Ben. It was something else, something older, more primal. Who are you? Lena called into the darkness. Her words were swallowed by the void, disappearing as quickly as they were spoken. The whisper returned, this time accompanied by a low, rumbling growl that seemed to reverberate through her very bones. I am the one who watches, the one who waits, the one who guides. Lena echoed, her voice trembling. Guides where? The growl grew louder, the air around her vibrating with a palpable sense of power. To the end. To the truth. To the place where all things are lost. Lena's chest tightened. She felt as if the very fabric of reality was beginning to unravel. The ground beneath her feet shifting and collapsing like a crumbling foundation. She tried to steady herself, but it was no use. The force pulling at her, twisting her, was beyond her comprehension. The darkness seemed to grow, its presence filling every corner of her mind. It wasn't just the void anymore. It was something more, something older, something that had always been there, lurking beneath the surface of her reality. Who are you? She asked again, her voice breaking with the weight of the question. What do you want from me? The voice responded with a sound that was both thunderous and soft, like the rumble of distant thunder mixed with the whispered sigh of an ancient wind. You are the key, it said, its words reverberating in her mind. You always have been. You were chosen, Lena. Chosen to bring about the end. The end? Lena's breath caught in her throat. What end? What are you talking about? The void seemed to pulse around her. its dark heart beating in time with her own. The end of everything. The end of all things that were and all things that will be. The end of all who dare to seek what is hidden. The weight of the words settled on Lena's shoulders, pressing down with the force of 100 years. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think, as the enormity of what she was hearing crashed into her like a tidal wave. She had thought she was simply trying to find Ben, trying to uncover the truth of his disappearance, but now it seemed that the truth was far worse than she could ever have imagined. "Why me?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the growing roar in her ears. The voice responded in a voice like crackling fire. "Because you are the one who opened the door. You are the one who has walked through the threshold. Now you will be the one to close it." Lena's mind reeled. The door, the threshold, what was it talking about? Suddenly, she was no longer alone. The void shifted, and from the darkness emerged a figure, a shadowy outline that slowly took form, its features becoming clearer with each passing second. The figure was tall, its face obscured by a dark hood, its hands wrapped in tattered robes that fluttered in an unseen wind. It was the keeper. Lena's heart skipped a beat as the figure stepped closer, its presence filling the space around her with an aura of dread. She felt a coldness seep into her very soul as the keeper's hollow eyes locked onto hers. "You came looking for answers, Lena," the keeper said, its voice a rasping whisper that sent chills down her spine. "But the truth was never what you thought it was." Lena opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. She was frozen, trapped in the grip of the keeper's gaze. "The end has already begun," the keeper continued, its voice a low growl. "And you are the one who will see it through." Lena's body trembled as the keeper's words echoed in her mind. The truth, the end, everything she had sought. It was all connected. And now, there was no turning back. The keeper raised its hand, and Lena felt herself being drawn toward it, her body unwillingly obeying the invisible force that pulled her closer. The darkness closed in around her, swallowing her whole. The pull was relentless, like gravity itself had turned on her. Lena could feel the keeper's presence, its cold fingers tracing through the air, reaching for her. Her heart raced in her chest, and for the briefest moment, she considered fighting it. But deep down, she knew that whatever this force was, it was beyond her strength. Her body moved of its own accord, each step pulling her closer to the keeper, as if she had no choice but to obey. Her feet were heavy, dragging through the void, yet it was not a sensation of walking. It was as if she were being drawn into the heart of a dark storm, one that would consume everything in its path. "Stop," Lena gasped, her voice trembling as she tried to resist. "I won't go any further." The keeper's head tilted slightly, its hood shifting as if in contemplation. Then, with an eerie calmness, it spoke, its voice deeper now, laced with ancient power. "You have already come this far," it said. "You are already bound to the end. There is no turning back now." The words hit her like a punch to the gut. She had tried to deny it, tried to escape the truth. But it had always been there, hanging over her like a specter. The end. It had been whispered to her for so long, but now, in this moment, it seemed inevitable. "Please," she begged, her voice barely a whisper. "Tell me why. Why is this happening? Why me?"